Good morning and welcome to this second and final day of the 2025 ICSA College Sailing Women's Team Racing National Championship. Brown University is hosting the 12 best women's team racing teams in the country who have all descended on the Edgewood Yacht Club in Cranston, Rhode Island. My name is Clay Johnson and I'm joined in the booth by Janel Martin and Charlie Enright. And we are excited to bring you live coverage of the conclusion of this event. We will be naming a national champion today. Yesterday was, in a word, windy. The teams came, sailed out to a nice 12 knots, manageable 12 knots, raced in the morning. A decision was made as the breeze continued to build to come in and sail 420s for the rest of the day. And a short break was had to rework the rotation so that they could all be in 420s. Sailors went back out and started sailing in the afternoon. And conditions went from the 20s to puffs in the 30s. We went from team racing to survival conditions, prompting the race committee to postpone races until this morning. We're looking at some footage from yesterday's racing just to show how wet and wild it really was. Lexi Klein was kind enough to provide that footage. Thank you, Lexi. Lexi, we're looking at a live view of today's racing. And Charlie Enright, you're our local weather guy. What are we seeing on tap for weather?
Being the local weather guy. Today we got some post-frontal northerly gradient here, which should actually die throughout the course of the day as the land heats up pretty significantly in the afternoon. So hopefully we can get a good chunk of racing in before around 3 o'clock. High tides right now, low tides around 3. So, you know, hopefully the direction of the water flow will help keep this in a little bit longer than maybe it would otherwise. So, you know, we're in for a good morning on the water, at least, that's for sure, and fingers crossed for the afternoon.
Yeah. So here's where we are. Janel, why don't you recap us on what was sailed yesterday and what's the intention for today?
Yes. So today, day 2, we're still in the first stage of 3, the round robin where 12 teams will meet each other once. Yesterday we completed 54 of the 66 races, so we've got about 10 races left in the first stage before we move on to a round of 6, to a final 4, to a champion. And to note in the results, we're going to be keeping a weather eye at race 62, where the leaders in first and second, Stanford, Yale, are going to meet today.
Let's take a look at those results. As Janel just said, Stanford and Yale both tied up front with Yale has 9 wins, Stanford 8 wins because they've sailed 1 fewer race, but no losses for either of those teams. Harvard and Tulane are in 3rd and 4th with records of 6 and 3. Dartmouth 5 and 4, Brown 4 and 4, Cornell 4 and 5, and MIT rounds out our top 8 with records of 3 and 5. And with 6 teams moving on, these races are going to be fast and they're going to be important. Charlie, your Brown Bears are kind of right on the bubble right now at 4 and 4, and they're actually in this first race against Harvard.
Yeah, it probably wasn't the best day on the water for the Brown Lady Bears yesterday, but they're a great team with an opportunity to bounce back, you know, here on this final day of the championship. So they'll be doing everything they can to make this final group, and then once in there, it's time to go to work.
I'm expecting a big day from the Brown Bears. I think they're a really talented team. They're well coached. They're on their home waters. Yesterday maybe wasn't the best day for them, but I think today they're going to come out swinging and look to turn things around. So Brown's actually in 1, 2, and 3 red boats, and they're sailing the first race against Harvard in 16, 17, 18, the blue boats.
Yeah, just exiting the starting area and looking up the course, we're going to have really streaky conditions. The breeze is offshore, coming from land, splashing down. So I'm interested to see this at the top of your screen, right side pair. What happens with this puff?
Yeah, I think in the middle, but 1 is ahead of 18, so Brown's winning that pair. On the left side of the course, I'd give the nod to 16 over 3, so I'd say Harvard's winning that pair. And probably 17 over 2 at the moment on the right side of the course, giving Harvard 2 pairs to start off this race.
I like the proactivity here by boat 2, coming down on 16. Kind of straight away recognizing that they got to solidify some sort of 2-3 here if they're going to have a future in this race.
I do too.
And 16 blocking 3 on the way back. It looks like Harvard in blue boats looking to establish a 1-4-5, keeping away Brown in this 2-3-4.
Harvard's definitely looking for a play 4. Brown is definitely looking for a play 2 at this moment. Yeah, to your point, you can just see the streaks coming down, dying northerly as the day goes on. Probably didn't get in as many races as they wanted to yesterday, so I think that the race committee is going to be pretty aggressive at getting races going early and keeping the pace pretty fast to make sure that we complete this regatta in fair breeze.
Only looking at 5 of the 6 boats, and we have our first crosses. We've got 2 red-brown boats looking to get across. Blue 18, and we have a big pileup here. I wonder, is boat 1 calling starboard, looking to draw a penalty? 18 tacks away, clear ahead, and is going to be able to pin maybe 2 blue boats.
Oh.
Brown getting control of the situation.
Boat 2 should sweep down and pin 18, and that was a good move by 1 to do a little double pickoff there.
Yeah, 1 certainly helped teammate in red 3 who's sailing free, and 1 with control of 18 now starting to pinch off 18. I expect 18 to tack out of here if they can't live in that lane.
Definitely a difficult exchange there for the Harvard Crimson.
Yeah, Brown's doing a nice job converting to that play 2.
The thing about a day like today is that things can get unbalanced really quickly. You know, with the puffs and the shifts on the water, pair balance is going to be really important.
Yeah, and it's pretty different from a day like yesterday. Yesterday was breezy. It was pretty steady. It turned into more survival conditions where maybe boat handling and not having any unforced errors was paramount in their minds. Now it's going to come down to pair discipline and maybe some more team racing involved. Can see the weather mark come into our view.
Yeah, but we can see a first place blue Harvard boat about to round the first mark, luffing their jib, looking to slow down, but Brown in a really strong 2-3-4 final approach to mark 1.
Boat 2 is going to end up being the 4 there. Gatekeeper. They just got to be careful that 18 doesn't lay in. Make sure they can get over the top. There they go.
And close on their heels. Harvard doing a good job on that final approach. Shifty conditions, differences in pressure. 16 and 18 are close on 2's heels. It looks like 18 might have an inside overlap on 2 already.
Looks like boat 2 was able to roll over and establish themselves solidly in the 4, but to Janelle's point, very close, and we'll see if the Harvard 5 and 6 can do some work on boat 2.
Yeah, 16 and 18 in the back, and 5-6 are going to work together, try to pass this closest red 2 brown boat to break up the 2-3-4. We'll see a lot of action in that back 3.
As much as these are home conditions for the Brown Bears, these are conditions that the Harvard Crimson are used to as well.
Yes, Harvard sails on the Charles River, known for its puffy, shifty, sometimes crazy conditions, and I think you'll see a lot of that today, so Harvard should feel at home. So just there, it looked like one of the Harvard boats was able to go high on boat 1, and boat 1 got aggressive to take them out, so there's definitely some action going on now. We see the lead Harvard boat taking stock of what's happening. I think boat 3 is probably in second place, the lead brown boat, also kind of looking behind them and waiting for the action. Here's an on-the-water view of the action.
Yeah, Harvard still battling to get one more red boat behind them. The blue 16, 17, 18 still in a losing combination. Blue 16 crossing back through the middle, can't get to a red boat, still being blocked. Brown doing a great job balancing this 2-3-4, second half of the run as they approach Mark 3.
Boat 16 looks like they're slowing down, trying all their best to slow down boat 2 and let their teammate number 18 sail by.
Great, a wind shadow and 18 passing to the inside, breaking up this 2-3-4. Brown needs to all stop this race, get control.
And we can see Mark III enter our picture here.
One's going to have to do a little bit of work here on 18 before sailing into the trap of 17. When it goes pear-shaped like this, you just got to make sure you come out with one boat behind you.
Right.
One Harvard boat around Mark III.
Nice job by one there.
Brown still balancing at Mark III.
I think 18's looking to take out boat number 2, let their teammate go around and convert to a 1-4-5 if they can do it.
Oh, 2 jibing to port first.
Let the pass back ensue.
I thought that was a pretty good job by boat 18 of getting a grip on boat 2, letting their teammate go through. Harvard now in a 1-3-5.
Yeah, winning combination. We don't want this to slow down too much. If you're Harvard in blue, 16, or is it, yeah, 16 going high and compressing the race, trying to do this pass back. I think 16 wants to stay low, keep pushing the race forward. 18 not in a great slowing position on boat 2. This race totally compressed and changing every second.
I'm predicting a lot of reshuffling of this race as it goes on.
3's got to be careful to come
Oh,
back
collision
at the right time.
between 18 and 2. Did 18 acquire the right of way with 2 enough time to keep clear? We'll probably let the umpires decide.
But at the same time, Harvard's worked their way into a 1-2 at the leeward mark.
Boat 3 kind of losing track of the circle there and letting 16 come right on the inside.
So Harvard looks to be in a 1-2-5. 17's doing a nice job of taking 1. 16's going to take number 3. And boat 18, they just need to keep one boat behind them, number 2, and they're doing that by tacking with them.
Unfortunately for the Brown Bears, that potential umpire situation is becoming less relevant with Harvard sailing away in a 1-2.
And much lighter conditions right now. We've got crews sitting to leeward. We've got 6 to 7 roll tacks since Mark III. Since Mark IV, it's getting much lighter out there.
I think that was a good switch by Harvard too. Boat 17 was slow a little bit. Their original person was boat 1. 16 came over and let them off the hook a little bit by helping out.
It's no coincidence that as we get a little warmer up here in the booth, we see the breeze dying out on the water.
Yeah.
Our first threat, red 1, maybe a close duck on 16. Breeze starting to build. Big puff on the screen. See how it washes over this final beat. Harvard looking to balance this 1-2 all the way to the finish.
So light air team racing is can oftentimes boil down to a boat handling competition. And I'm watching some of these Brown boats have pretty good boat handling, but good tacks, and the Harvard boats are trying to match them. You can see boat 1 suckering boat 16 a little bit into tacking a lot, and hopefully an opportunity to boat 3 to get involved. And
you can see 16 feeling the pressure and choosing to release there and make sure they still have boat 3 in hand. We used to call it cycling. So one boat would engage in a boat handling battle. The second boat would cycle out, focus on speed, and hopefully come back ahead. And maybe that's what we saw here. Doing all the dirty work to get 3 back in the race.
so 16's still ahead of 3, but they don't have a great grip on 3.
There's a concession there by 3. Unfortunately, 3 is sailing back to a place where 17 can switch.
Right.
17's in a stronger position than 16 relative to 3.
And that's what they should do if they're Harvard. Let 16, get a little free to focus on speed for a bit. 17 can always come over and help out.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough here for the Brown Lady Bears as we approach the finish of our first race today.
Pin of the finish line is coming into view. You can see that yellow mark.
And 17, clear across, red 3. Harvard maintaining a 1-2 on this last section of the last beat.
Just in the first race, it looks like the breeze has dropped a little bit just since the race started.
Yeah, we should have, just looking at the forecast, no less than 6 knot average through about 2, 3 o'clock. So hopefully we can fire through a bit of this rotation before it gets too ugly.
Yeah. Well, that's the first race, and Harvard has beaten Brown with a 1-2, maybe 5, either way. A victory to the Harvard Crimson.
That'll drop the Brown Bears to 4 and 5, and bring the Harvard Crimson to 7 and 3. Will it not?
Yeah. You are correct, sir. Tough race for Brown, as I was saying earlier. I think Brown's one of the better teams here. They've had a lot of success this spring. They have talented sailors on the water for them. A few more races left, and I'm sure they're hoping to take those races and at least get into that top 6 and live to fight another day.
Hey, Clay, have you ever heard of the Commentators jinx?
Oh, jeez. No, what's that?
I think it's what you just did, talking about the Brown Bears having a big day. In football, it's when the commentator talks about the extra. Keep your opinions to yourself from now on. We'd really appreciate it.
Especially when I'm talking about your Brown Bears.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Oh, wow. Again, all of these teams, they're at the Nationals. They're very good. I think any team out here, if they sail their race, can beat another one of the teams. So we're in for some competitive races, but I stand by it. Brown is a really good team, and they have a race against Dartmouth. They have a race against Charleston left. I think they're very capable of taking both of those races, and I'm sure that's what they're hoping to do.
Yeah, and if they move forward, like we discussed before, every win and every loss count the same throughout the entirety of the regatta. So, a race right now is just as important as a race, as we get toward the end of the day. So, they all count.
Sliding over to race number 57, we have Charleston in the pink boats, 7, 8, 9. Sailing against Georgetown in the green boats, 13, 14, 15.
And with only 5 boats in the screen, but it looks like Georgetown in control of 2 pairs. They're winning this race.
I can see the 6th boat just in the left side of our screen. Looks like Charleston has a deep 6 in this case.
Windward mark just in view, orange ball, the right side of our screen. Georgetown, if they play this right, should be a 1, 2, 3 at this first mark. Close duck on 8 on 14. 14 not quite on ley line, but a teammate, green 13. There to help if needed. (14) looking to go slow. Block pink 9, allow green 15 to get across. Small bump here, preventing any Charleston boat from rounding this first mark, allowing Georgetown to extend in a beautiful 1, 2, 3 at mark 1.
Beautiful job by boat 14.
I like that move by 14. Great job of ensuring that your teammates round with a 1-2, that they have a little bit of a lead. They're holding on to 3rd place overall. I'm sure they can slow down the race a little bit, but still maintain somebody behind them.
Especially with streaky conditions like this.
Definitely.
The more buffer you could give the 1-2, the one's going to feel.
Coach Janel, you used to coach the Georgetown team.
Yes, yes. I was a assistant coach for 12 years for the Hoyas. Just ended my career last season, but helped out a few weekends this spring. Traveled twice with the women's team. They got so much better through the season. They're working so well as a team. We have a mantra on the team, as one. Everyone works together to bring up the weakest player. Everyone celebrates together, win or loss. You can really feel it, and this 1-2-3 is just a beautiful representation of that. Really working together to win this race. Boat 8 able to sail straight, about bow even with 14 in the middle, but 15 with control on the inside. Still a 1-2-3 as they go downwind, but 8 did a good job being able to sail run line back into this race.
Mark 3 enters our view, and no change since the top. Georgetown still in a 1-2-3, rounding at the bottom of the course here. Do you know who boat 14 is, Janelle?
14 might be Piper Holtis, a senior. I feel like her aggressive confidence is, I'll take care of this while the other two sail away, but it's hard to tell. She does start middle, so my guess would be it's Piper Holtis sailing with Scarlett Harris.
14's doing a great job in this race. So I think, as you alluded to, what many teams do is they put one team in the lowest numbers, the second team always is in the middle numbers, and the third team always in the highest numbers. That way, as coaches and spectators, you know which pair is out there on the water and where they are.
Great balance, both 15 and 13 tacking off in phase, building pressure here. You can see this righty bend across the course, making it easier for the Hoyas to extend their lead.
You can see these boats hiking as they go upwind. Much different picture than we saw in the Brown and Harvard race coming up that last beat.
It's going to be that way all day today. But pretty textbook from the Georgetown Hoyas. In phase with their teammates, seemingly in good pressure right there in the middle of the course, doing everything right in this race against Charleston. And Georgetown didn't have a great day yesterday. They came into today with a 3-7 record and sitting in 10th place. Few races out, so they're going to need to win all of their races and get a little bit of help from some other teams if they want any chance in moving into the top 6.
Second half of this last upwind beat, Georgetown still holding a 1-2-3. Finish line in view with an orange flag and a yellow pin.
Boats 7 and 8 might end up getting around 14 here, but inconsequential in the overall standings. Safe 1-2 for Georgetown as they approach the finish line for their first race of the day.
Crossing the line, solidified a 1-2, 1-2-5, maybe a 1-2-4.
I'm gonna go with
for
4.
Georgetown against College of Charleston.
Well, this race is finished. Congratulations to Georgetown for a well-sailed race. Nice job, number 14, my hero of the race.
Maybe that's something we should do. Race MVPs.
Race MVP?
Yep.
All right.
And that's Piper Holtis with Lucy Jervis.
Oh,
Giving
give
a
her
hug. That felt good.
All right, they're my race MVP. Second race of the day. Nice job. Let's check in back at the start where we hear another race going off. Just kidding. We're going to wait for the next race to start, Dartmouth Brown. That's an important one for two teams that are right near the bubble. They are preparing to get into sequence, but let's take a look at the overall standings as we await that race. While we were gone, Yale actually won their race, and they've improved to 10-0. Stanford has not raced yet today. They remain at 8-0. I think the rotation got a little wonky when we went from FJs and 420s to 420s only, so teams aren't necessarily on the same schedule, but both of those teams remain undefeated. Harvard picked up a win against Brown to improve their record to 7-3. Tulane remains at 6-3. Dartmouth at 5-4. Brown is dropped to 4-5, and they are currently tied with Cornell at 4-5 for the last spot in the group in the top 6.
Georgetown was 3-7.
3-7 yesterday.
And just won a race today, so they're right in that mix for the final spot as well.
4-7, yeah. So same number of wins, but you know they've sailed 2 more races than Brown and have 2 losses, so there's opportunities there. And at 4-7, Georgetown's round of 12 is over. There are 11 races for each team.
Maybe that was the embrace that we saw from that race's MVP as they crossed the finish line.
Right. So
maybe coming to grips with the fact that the regatta is over.
Well, they're going to need losses by Brown and Cornell in all of their remaining races to have any shot of a sail-off to get into the top 6.
Either way, it's out of their hands.
They are in the clubhouse, and all they can do is watch.
Conditions are really up and down. Plenty of wind right now.
Yeah, it's definitely pulsed back in. You know, I'm expecting the breeze to die as the day goes on. Maybe I was a little worried during that first race of the day when they were roll tacking in light air up the last beat that it was coming earlier than expected, but the breeze is up again now and racing is going. Coming up on 1 minute and 30 seconds to the start of this next race.
With no competitors in the frame.
Yeah, I think we have in gray Dartmouth 456 and in black Brown University. They're off to screen left in the pre-start area, sparring for position. Expect to see them back in the starting area in the next 30 seconds.
But in the meantime, enjoy this wonderful view of Rhode Island waterfront real estate. Here we go. Now they're entering the frame.
Yep. Dartmouth in the lighter gray 456 versus Brown in black 10, 11, 12.
This is an important race for both of these teams. For Brown, certainly. Dartmouth is just barely into the round of 6. I know that they want to solidify themselves in there and also stay in touch with the leaders. $20 seconds left. Dartmouth in 4-5-6. Brown 10, 11, 12.
Nice job there by the Brown boat to tack out.
Looks like a couple boats might be over here.
5 and 11 is what we hear. Over early. 1 from each team. 11 being blocked from restarting, having to go down one more time. Brown Bears with a deep 6.
That is a professional move by 5. They cleared themselves and they set themselves up to be in a good spot to prevent 11 from coming back to the starting line to restart correctly.
Do you think that was intentional or slightly serendipitous?
I think it was a happy accident.
I like that.
But it worked out well.
Usually when you're over early like that, your mind's racing pretty quickly. If they had the wherewithal to do it just like that, I give them all the credit in the world.
Brown coming back from the right side.
So this duck on boat 4 is going to kind of reset this match between the Dartmouth and Brown boat at the bottom of our screen here.
Yeah, 11's going to have a hard time pinching up to that boat. There's a pretty big gap, and Dartmouth coming back to make sure that that boat stays in last. Dartmouth probably looking to go play 2. I think they own at the top of the screen the far left pair. Very spread out, 2, 3, 4. Very hard to balance, probably as the breeze starts to die in between this and the next puff.
Yeah, in the top right. Oh boy, you can disregard those blue boats there in the race ahead of this, but that did condense 11 and 5 a little bit.
Yep, 11 looking a lot stronger here. That distance between the boats, allowing 11 to pinch off 5 and likely win this matchup on the right side of the course.
5's doing a good job of hanging on. Very spread out race right now.
Yeah, so spread out. You can see the previous race that's headed to the finish, Stanford in red and Cornell in blue, in the mix of this Dartmouth and Brown race.
Here comes a starboard tack 18 from another competition, just to mix things up a little bit. I'd like to think 5's pretty strong there. There's very little port tack left, and they're bow out on the long tack starboard headed toward the mark.
Starting to look a little bit like a fleet race now.
Law of averages, you'd think boat 5 will be okay.
We have a little chaos on the top of the screen. Looks like trying to complete a pass back in the middle of the course as Brown and Dartmouth head back to the windward mark, which is really far to the left.
And there it is.
Looks like 11's conceded that, and they're just going to go bow down and get to that mark as fast as they can, even if it's behind boat 5. It looks like a lighter colored sail around in first. I'm going to call this Dartmouth 145 at the moment.
Yeah, and the actions of boat 5 would reflect that. They're straight into the gap here, putting the hurt on boat 11.
Yeah, 5 starting to luff the jib for position, maybe over trimming for a larger wind shadow. This windier conditions might need to dip down and hook 11 if they truly want to slow down this race.
Brown doing a nice job here with the gang cover and keeping the boat from actually tacking onto port.
And a good move by gray boat 4, jibing out so they can continue to push their winning combination. 12 and 10, looking to wall and block boat 4 so that their teammate in last place can catch up.
Luffing the jib is a good way to slow the competitor down, but an even better way to slow the race down is to get the competitor sailing in the wrong direction.
10 and 12 really doing a nice job of slowing down boat 4 here.
4 diving down to push, looking to S-turn. Really hard to get around those 2 boats blocking you if they're totally in sync. 5 losing a little control on boat 11, conceding and bearing off. Dartmouth still has Brown in last, but this race compressed really quickly.
Now all of a sudden 4 had a little bit of a grip on 10.
Yeah, 10 advanced on the outside, but 4 in control with starboard advantage. Dartmouth taking another boat, pushing this race forward.
So 4 in the 4 tries to keep this race going forward, but they also have their eye on their pair behind them, number 5 and 11. 5's job is to crush 11, and if they're losing grip, 4 needs to be ready to come back and help as needed.
balance, particularly downwind, is pretty subjective. And it's more about whether or not you control your own destiny versus where you are on the ladder rung, in my opinion, if you're hooked versus unhooked. And, you know, I think teams that have confidence in each other get pretty liberal with balance if they trust their teammates.
Well, it looks like boat 12 just did a really nice job of slowing down their Dartmouth opponent number 4 and reestablishing their teammate 10 in front of them. And now 12 might be in a position to give a little bump to the other Dartmouth boat and really go play 2.
Mark 3 not quite in screen yet, but final approach to Mark 3.
And there they go.
There it is.
I think the leading candidate for my sailor boat of the race here is number 12.
Yeah,
That was a really nice job on that downwind to convert to a 2-3-4.
now expecting gray 6, all stopping in the zone, looking to engage a brown boat to block them, but Brown in a solid 2-3-4, balancing to Mark 3, and 12 going to clear out boat 5 and allow their teammate to round ahead.
12, make sure that 4 doesn't get in there. Very well done.
Well done by the Brown Bears on that downwind, converting to a 2-3-4 winning combination.
Black 10, 11, 12 for Brown in a 2-3-4, setting up the weave, spreading out to the left, center, and right, blocking 4 and 5 from passing through. The only hope will be 4 or 5 to beat one black boat. And this beat has been short with this much breeze.
You know, boat 12 was kind of a ladder rung down coming out of that leeward mark. I thought 10 did a nice job of shooting up hard. The Dartmouth opponent didn't really have a choice but to tack into the cover of boat 11, heading out to the left, and just help boat number 12 get back into it a little bit.
Can definitely see a little effect of
unbalanced
the tide here as boats tack and sweeping to the side as I sight onto shore. This is definitely the deeper half of the river, correct, Charlie?
Yeah, it'll be deeper to the right, and oftentimes, you know, in April and May, you get the river network that's kind of coming out of, you know, Providence River, Port of Providence up there, and sometimes the tide runs out stronger than it runs in. But as we're talking about current, things are a little mixed up here. 4's got a piece of 10.
Really mixed up. 6 is tempted to go down and help their teammates. Dartmouth in the lighter color gray in last place, needs to get their teammate out of last. And 4 looking to block 10 and make them last place. But 12, there so quickly, great timing, pass back complete, and Brown is back to a 2-3-4.
Yeah, nice job by the Lady Bears there.
That could have gotten ugly very quickly. Boat 4 did a nice job. They drew a foul. They passed a boat. It could have been a 1-3. And boat 12 really came over and made it happen again.
Boat 6 coming down in front of boat 12, making sure they have starboard advantage of the other brown boats, looking for another opportunity for a compression, for a foul. But as Brown spreads out this 2-3-4 in the black boats, a very stable combination. And there's our pin, final approach to the finish line between the orange flag and the yellow pin. Boat 6 unable to slow down boat 12, and Brown Bears are going to cross the line in a 2-3-4.
Nice to see the hometown Lady Bears back on track here.
Yeah, that was a much needed race win for them. And it drops Dartmouth to a 5-5 record and brings up Brown to a 5-5 record. Holding the tiebreaker, too. Yeah, I would say my MVP of that race was number 12. They did a nice job converting to a play 2 at the weather mark. Did a nice job of saving that up the last beat where it could have gotten a little ugly for them. They came in and made the necessary play and were a large part of winning that race for Brown. We're going to take a short break as we get ready for race number 62 coming up. That's the one everyone wants to see, Stanford versus Yale. So stay with us, and we'll be back shortly.
Gear up with Zim and West Coast Sailing. We have the gear you need at a great price, backed by fast shipping and outstanding service. As proud partners of college sailing, Zim and West Coast Sailing offer 15% discounts to student athletes on all apparel and soft goods. Get all the top brands including Gill, Rooster, Zyke, Ronstadt, and more. Go to zimsailing.com/college sailing or westcoastsailing.net/scholastic-sailing for details and to apply for your student athlete discount code today.
If you speak the language of bosons and quarks, of nanoengineering, Wordsworth, or hip-hop, then look no further than Brown University. If you want to work side by side with extraordinary faculty, to choose from 78 academic majors across the spectrum, or to follow a major of your own design, then expect some of the brightest young minds from around the world to surround and engage you at Brown University. Take it from me. I'm John Krasinski, class of 2001.
Sailing is an exhilarating experience that connects us to nature, fosters a spirit of adventure and competition, and creates lasting friendships. At U.S. Sailing, we are committed to making this sport accessible, fair, and enjoyable for everyone. Our efforts support training courses for sailing and powerboating instructors, setting standards for on-the-water education, and managing the rating system that ensures fair competition amongst boats of different sizes. In addition to these programs, we strive to promote diversity and accessibility in sailing by providing resources, publications, and programs that assist sailors of all ages and skill levels. We are more than just sailors. We are coaches, race officials, volunteers, community program directors, and parents of sailors, all united in our passion for this sport. Whether you're a recreational sailor or a competitive racer, U.S. Sailing is here to make the most of your time on the water.
We are back here at the 2025 ICSA Women's Team Racing National Championship. It's a gorgeous day here in Cranston, Rhode Island, and the teams are working to finish this round of 12 before breaking down to a round of 6 and then a round of 4. My name is Clay Johnson. I'm joined in the booth today by Janel Martin and Charlie Enright. And it's a gorgeous day, a little calmer than it was yesterday. I think these teams are probably a little happy about that. Yesterday was pretty survival conditions. But it's great here today, and we are well into this round of 12. I know we're all looking forward to seeing a Yale versus Stanford race coming up. While we were gone, Stanford took a loss, their first loss of the regatta, to Cornell. Cornell, that was a much-needed win to stay in the hunt for the top 6. So Yale remains at 10-0 in first place. Stanford's falling to 8-1 in second place. And they're going to be the next race that we focus on, sailing out to the course right now.
Yeah, and very quickly the tables could turn there. Stanford takes the race off of Yale. Not only do they tie it up, but they take the tiebreaker.
This is an important one, especially as we move forward. I expect both of these teams to be there at the end. If there is any tie at the end of the regatta, they've sailed each other 3 times. One of them will have presumably won twice, at least. So this is an important race for both of these teams.
That's something to look towards. you know, with the breeze dying all day, if we don't get the round of 4 in, we could end up in a situation where ties are 1-1 in head-to-head, and we'd have the need for a sail-off.
Yeah, the ideal format is a round of 12, followed by a round of 6, followed by a round of 4. If for some reason after this round of 12, and we still have probably 8 or 10 races left in this round, they decide that maybe that's not possible, they could switch to a round of 12 and then a round of 4 and then another round of 4. I don't expect them to do that. I think the breeze is going to hold on and we're going to get that round of 6, but it is a possibility that we are preparing for. And we can see here Yale and Stanford at the starting line getting ready for their 3-minute start.
We'll have Stanford in the lighter boats, lighter gray 4, 5, 6, with Yale in black 10, 11, 12.
It's worth pointing out, a lot of the ladies in this race were competing earlier this week in the Open Championship, where Yale finished 2nd and I believe Stanford finished 4th.
Yes, you are correct, Charlie. Yale's 3 skippers, Carmen Coles, Emma Coles, and Mia Nicolosi, all spent time racing at the Open Championship. And Stanford sailor Vanessa Larkamp sailed the whole time for the Stanford team at the Open Championship. And just goes to show how strong a sailors those 4 are and their crews, and how competitive they are. I mean, those are 2 very talented teams, and they were able to get playing time at the open level, and it's just women's team racing is really progressing.
With the women's championship only being a few years old, you'd think that, you know, things are trending in the right direction and we'd see more women sailors in open competition in the future.
I think for sure with the women's championship being, you know, now a fixture on the calendar, more teams are going to be having their women team race and spending more time doing it. And I think for sure we're going to see more women being competitive and sailing in the open.
And we're under 3 minutes until the start of Yale versus Stanford. Again, Yale in the black boats 10, 11, 12, and Stanford in the gray boats 4, 5, and 6. Only 5 boats in the screen right now, all prepping in the pre-start. 2 minutes left until the start. They'll start engaging in the next 30 seconds. And this head-to-head matchup, we're excited to see who wins and owns the tie.
You know, this is the 3rd version of this Women's Open Team Racing National Championship, and Yale won the first one, and Stanford won the second one.
Oh, geez, something's got to give.
Something's got to give.
So not only is this a potential tiebreaker within this championship, it could have long-term tie-breaking implications. I was talking to the folks at ICSA. I think they can go to a 2-minute start. Nothing happens in the first minute. And here we are talking about whether or not we're going to get all these races in. Be nice to have a couple minutes back, say like, I don't know, 120 of them? 2 hours? Here we are with 50 seconds to go, and the action's just getting started.
Big pressure on the course, too. Time and distance is so important for your final approach, this last 30 seconds. The breeze is light and you did your timing, all of a sudden there's a 20-knot puff that comes in. Sailors are always adapting for their final approach. And it looks like we've got 1 boat spinning, a windward leeward interaction. We've got a gray Stanford boat spinning in the last 15 seconds, but they're back up to speed. We'll see how late they are to the start.
All clear start.
got a gray Stanford boat late to the start because of a circle, a penalty in that last 30 seconds of the start. And with that deep 6, you're going to see Yale go play 2 pretty quickly. You see it here, 12 picking up 6, 10 picking up 4, and 11 pushing 5, threatening the 1.
That was a nice job by boat 10 to pick up boat 4, let 12 have a little breathing room so that they can jump on boat number 6 who was late. Just a nice distribution of their pairs there to make sure that they're winning 2. I would agree. It looks like boat 5 probably has the edge and has the first place, which would mean that Yale is going to aim for a play 2 right here.
This race starting to split apart. Left side pairs pretty far away. Yale still looking to balance a 2-3-4 and a switch here of the point. 11 now controlling 5, pushing them around the course, but gray 4 sailing free. Top of your screen left side might be overbalancing. Maybe someone coming down. Yes, 11 coming down to 4 for a pin, allowing their teammate to pass through. But right side advanced with this shift, this puff that just came through.
Yeah, 4's got a piece here. They're gonna have to go right back. Start that cycling process. 4 engages while 6 sails free.
Yeah, I think if I'm 6, I come back right now. You know, 4 has a little bit of a grip on 12, but maybe not for long.
Not for long.
Not for long, yeah.
So if you're going to try and come across, now's the time. And
obviously a little bit of ready there. 4 got relatively stronger on 12, even 11's gas.
Right. And now here's a place where 11 can swoop in and help their teammate 12 out a bit.
This 2-3-4 that Yale had hard to balance when it split across the course so far, but Yale rounding in a 2-3-4, 4 and 6 in play, 4 acquiring the right of way, close stuck by 12 Yale, but 6 in the mix. With a pin here,
nice job.
Stanford's looking to go play 4 right before the windward mark, taking the 2-3-4 away from Yale. Great switch.
And nullifying that starboard advantage by making sure that they couldn't swing their bow and get that tack off there. Nice job by 6. Maybe even in the running for MVP, depending upon how this one comes out.
I would say leading candidates right now.
Leading candidate. Prove us wrong.
So you can see Stanford, 4, 5, and 6, they are going into a play 4, 1, 4, 5.
Don't tack. 6, no.
The job of 6 is to hold off 12 as long as possible and create as large a gap as they can.
Patience there.
Look for them to slow.
Would have made him jibe out myself.
5 doing a good job waiting for their teammates.
See a hand raised.
And gray 4 jibing away to get away from the wall, engaged in a starboard port with 10.
Look for boat.
See what the umpires decide.
Look for boat 6 to get to the 2 boat length zone and own it and shoot up and not leave any opportunity for 12 to go in there. And a great place to hold them off.
And interesting, Yale chasing on the outside of boat 5. 11 chasing forward when they know they have last.
Wonder if that's a true attempt at taking the 1 or just being really aggressive and pushing 5 around the mark.
Well, the one thing I'd say about these Stanford boats are they're all very fast. So, you know, it's not like you can say, oh, this is a slow road in front of me. I can just sail right around them.
Some aggressive jibes here, looking to get starboard advantage with a close jibe. 4 in a bad spot. Over flattening on the jibe, and a Yale boat sneaking inside, getting control. 5, gray 5, Stanford trying to hold on to the 1. 11 pushing on the outside.
Careful with the simultaneous jibe. 11 could have control. There it is.
Looking for it, maybe a hand up. 5 jibing back to get control, but a double to stop boat 11.
Looks like 11's going to concede the 1 and make sure that they get a piece of 4. Ooh, could be a little double hook action here by 5.
Can 5 get to 10? No, 10 doing an incredible job holding. Holding gray 4 out, blocking. Does Stanford still have a boat in last place? Does Stanford still have Yale in last place behind?
Well, what we know is that Stanford has the 1 and the 4. I would assume that they still have the 5.
Maybe a little bit of righty here, maybe some bad air.
Gosh, that Yale boat went low and looks pretty strong.
Yale threatening the 1, making Stanford uncomfortable, making them push the race forward.
I think
The mistake here for 10 is sailing at the mark. You should just be worrying about how you are bow relative to 5.
Five trying to make sure that 10 isn't bow ahead. 10 coming from behind, cannot luff past proper course. Might be stuck in a pin here,
Nice
looking
job
to
by
get
5.
out. Maybe some illegal kinetics there to
All in a day's work.
because all 10 needs to be
10's
is a
looking
little
good to
bow
me.
ahead.
Oh, yeah.
10 working really hard. No luffing rights, but allowed to feather up into the wind. 5 do or die, holding on as much as they can, and then conceding for a playback.
at some point, if you're 5, you need to concede and put yourself in front of number 11 and go play 2.
Correct.
6 maybe needs to do a little more balancing on 12. Bigger gap to give 5 more of a cushion to go back and help 4. But now that these boats are spreading out, can 5 get to 11? 5 certainly can't tack if they want to get to 11.
5 might have a piece of 10 again. Just the way it works in these shifty
That's
conditions.
right.
If you can get your bow out to the next shift on the long tack, you're in a strong position.
Here comes 11 coming across in a nice puff.
Same thing happened again. You got to play to your strengths. So if you're to the left, bow out on port. Ooh, that's not going to end
Aiming.
well. I think 5 missed.
11 playing it safe. Can 5 get to 10? Is there pressure that's going to allow this 420 to foot over the top, get back to 10? Yale with the edges, pushing for this 1-2.
The problem with boat 5's approach here is they're trying to catch butterflies. They have no one in their back pocket.
5 accelerating forward here. As long as 5 can leave out 10 and there's room on starboard ley line.
11 looks pretty down at the moment.
10 coming
I'll
back.
tell you what, 5
Ooh.
is fast. Ooh.
Oh, that's a late turn by 10. Continuously turning. Umpires were watching.
5's got to get a grip on somebody. It's not 10.
No, they
Looked
just
like that was a
least
green
10.
flag. 11 with a close duck.
Look for a 5 to tack back.
4's back in this, though. Can 4 get to
No.
10?
This is so unorthodox.
It seems like both teams are a little reluctant to go play 2 and are trying to get the 1.
Yeah, we don't want this race
There's
to
a
go
lot
forward.
of fleet racing and instinct going on here. There's not a lot of pinning and committing
disciplined
to
team
team race
racing.
discipline. Yeah.
Yeah, 4 going to 11. They've got to pin them outside the pin for a long time.
Tell you what's definitely happening though. There's a lot of good sailing going on in this race.
Incredible amount of sailing.
Boats are going really
Here's a
fast.
starboard
Hoping
port
for a
with-
starboard
Handling.
port.
Oh.
That's
Not
a
happening.
collision. That's
Oh.
a collision. But 11's going to be able to block 5. We got 11's in the pocket.
And 5 is spinning.
Or driving out.
Or jiving out, excuse me.
Late dial again
and
by
they're
11.
going to beat 11.
So 4 finishes in
Green
first.
flag.
Maybe not. With the mark trap set by the boat at the
2-3.
finish.
I'm giving Stanford a 1-4 at that finish.
Agree.
I think Yale finished in a 2-3, and it's going to come down to this last pair. And
with our potential MVP candidate, boat 6.
Boat 6. Getting the job
All
done
right.
since Mark 1.
Look at that, on cue, entering screen left.
So that's going to give Stanford the win with a 1-4-5.
1-4-5.
It's going to hand Yale their first loss of the regatta, and it's going to keep Stanford in touch.
Tied on
leaderboard.
points, winning the tiebreaker.
Yeah, Stanford a few more races to complete in the round. Coming to the starting line.
That was a great race.
Yeah,
That
it was
was
an exciting one.
a great race.
Between two really good teams.
Not to be confused with the great race, the Sydney Hobart.
I don't think any of our viewers were confusing that with the Sydney to Hobart.
You never know, they could be out there. Not a lot of wind here at the start of this next one. Looks like that could be the Brown Bears in red, is it not?
This does look like the Brown Bears, and
It's, I believe, according to TechScore, it's pink, but I think we're looking at orange, 7, 8, 9, and green, 13, 14, 15. UPenn in the orange boats versus Stanford. Stanford in the
no,
green.
Brown
Is that
versus
right?
Charleston.
Oh, sorry.
Race
Apologies.
63.
Thank you.
Those sound like more reasonable university affiliations, given that Stanford just finished up a race against Yale. It's like Swiss cheese out there right now. Boats on the right are in about 2-3 knots more pressure than boats on the left.
First boat's coming back from the left. And both tacking back to dig into this righty. You can see the edge of the puff. It looks like the boats are riding this bending righty, these streaks of pressure that keep coming down. Make it really hard to balance and establish which combination you're in.
Boat 8's doing a nice job here in a weak position. Hanging on long enough to switch on to 14.
So as we end this round of 12, with only about 4 or 5 races left, Brown is finding themselves in 5th place with a 5-5 record, but tied with Dartmouth 5-5, tied with Cornell 5-5. One of those 3 teams will not make the final 6. So this is an important race for Brown. Charleston, maybe not the best regatta, the regatta they were hoping for. They sit at 3-7. I don't think there's any chance that they can make the top 6, but certainly looking to play spoiler if they can.
Brown was winning 2 pairs off the line there, but thanks to the smart switch, now have control of 3. And it's just about balance and converting it into a more stable combination.
Yeah, winning 3 pairs, but still a 1-3-5. So
exactly.
not super stable at the moment. Look for 15 to try to make a play here, and Brown to try to go play 1. Who can do it better?
15's going to put on the brakes here.
Seven, although pushing 15, needs to keep a weather eye on 13, who might sail up and around the outside.
Ooh.
Maybe a foul there by 13 trying to sneak
13
in.
will go right into a spin there if I had to guess.
Good separation between 7 and 15, with 7 being bow ahead, probably looking for first place to help complete this pass back as they transition from the top half of the run to the bottom. And with Brown in a 1-3-5, a winning combination on this first run. First place 9 slowing down, looking to engage. Are they going to help 8 that's passing it on the inside? Or are they going to wait for their teammate on the outside who just conceded back into the middle?
Nothing's really solid right now for either team.
Agree.
You know, Brown has the 1. Great, but there's a whole lot of going on in the middle right now where I think the first team that really acts on you know, a play 1 or a play 2 is going to be the team that finds himself successful here.
Yeah, Brown spending a lot of distance to come back to the inside, but we've got a Charleston boat sailing full steam in the middle. Looking to break up this 1-2 that
like
Brown hasn't
13
solidified.
there. It's time to do something. There you go.
Mark 3, screen left, not a lot of time left until the left turn at Mark 3. Brown still not established in a winning combination. Charleston doing a great job on the outside, pushing the 1. Rounding in second.
Boat 8 doing a nice job picking the ley line there on 13.
So we're still in a 1-3-5.
And 7 hooked.
Pretty uncharacteristic.
7 hooked. And Charleston setting up a wall, slowing down the race in a 2-3-6 to get their 6th place teammate close enough for something for this final run, final beat. Brown 8, looking to slow down 13, create a gap. And Brown switching to a 1-4-5. Number 7, Brown sandwiched in between 2 boats. Looking to just keep pushing this race forward.
With a tight 4-5.
13 looked like they got in there and no longer in control by boat 8. I think if I'm 7, I'm trying to go back.
Ooh, down speed tack for 7.
And
maybe
7
a
trying to
foul.
do a
And a
double
foul.
tack. 7 trying to get out of that wall, doing a little too much with the double tack, and then fouling the new 5. 13 with a great leeward mark rounding. Charleston sweeping into maybe a play 2 if 14 balances 8.
This could be a tough one for the Brown Lady Bears to dig out of.
Yeah, you know, it was a little bit of a sloppy leeward mark rounding. The 5 let the 6 get in there. And then 4th place kind of came back and tried to do 2 downspeed tacks, and it just didn't work out really well for them. But it is not over, and I wouldn't say Charleston's doing a great job of slowing down boat 8 at the moment.
Yeah, boat 8 is sailing free, bow ahead. 13 looking to get control again.
Now 15 might have just sailed themselves into the 1.
Yeah.
9's coming back to maybe help their teammate.
9 actually, if they pin 14 and let 8 kind of go to work on 13, they could still have a chance at a play 2, but they got to lock it up. The team that's most proactive right now is going to come out on top.
Yeah, Brown's play for sure is to have 9 go on 14.
And there it is.
8 stay with 13. And they're going to both have to do some solid work here to let their teammate in 7 catch up and get around them.
8's got to make sure they have a pin on 13 before 15 swoops in.
Yeah, here comes 15.
Luffing here, too far advanced, trying to slow
tacks.
down.
No, 18.
8's got to steer into position, not luff into position. They need to be full speed or 13's going to pass through.
And nice. They can still swing their bow. Not that you can tell who I'm rooting for here.
8's got to hold this pin. Not a lot of time left on this final upwind. 8 luffing their jib the whole time before that tack is going to make this pass back really easy.
The whole thing started by not being able to pin boat 13.
I see a yellow pin in the screen. Still a little time left. If 1 or 2 more tacks. Wonder where the last puff's going to come from. We've seen some great pressure on both sides.
Now, could boat 9 get a piece of either 15 or 13, and could 7 in the middle tack and get a piece of that other boat? Just trying to think, how can they divide up to hopefully win this race?
Not a lot of time left.
Not looking
Both
great
inside
here.
the box.
Well, that was not great.
9 get a hook here, but 14 threatens the leeward side. A strong finish for College of Charleston.
Desperation mark trap?
Ooh.
Maybe not.
And College of Charleston in green takes that race 2-3-4. A lot of action in that last upwind beat. Brown not getting a pin and the race falling apart.
MVP, Clayton?
Oh, boy. Well, it's hard to give an MVP to a team that loses the race, so I think the Charleston team for converting that to a 2-3-4 was pretty impressive. What do you think?
I'd give it to the Charleston boat that forced the issue at the leeward mark. Was able to kind of come in inside and flip onto starboard and get bow out. That made it all difficult for Brown. Here we go, on to another start. Looks like we got Cornell and
Cornell, MIT, I believe.
MIT.
MIT's in the gray boats, 4, 5, 6. Cornell in the black boats, 10, 11, 12. This is an important one for Cornell.
Let's say that's a, yep, foul on 10, hands up.
All the boats here early,
Or
final
not.
10 seconds.
Ooh, 5 might have got away with one there.
Yeah. Our timer might be off a little bit, but yeah, definitely the most advanced of the group. Boat 10 getting shot out the back,
Ooh.
Oh,
looking to duck through. Late alteration of course by 12, but 4 avoids contact. Swoops down to the pin, 4 blocking 10 on the way to the right side of the course.
Oh, boy. Oh. I see some hands raised on the opposite side of the course.
hear a whistle in the background.
Yeah, looks like a green
Thought I saw
flag.
green, yeah.
Big lefty on the course. Look at the difference between 4 and 10, still sailing on the right side, and the massive lift that swept over the left side. It's going to be a very separated course. 10 starting to inch out. 4 sailing high and slow. All 3 pairs really far apart, and so far apart that we're mixing in to the race before.
It's about a 20-degree difference in heading here between the middle pair and the right pair. Just starting to get into that lefty now. 10 slowly gone bow forward on 4, but to what avail with the mark that far left?
Yeah. Ten trying anything to get a little bow free, but this biggest lefty of the day just keeps winding, and the mark is very far away on a headed starboard tack. Middle pair is headed back into the middle of the race course, mixed up with the Dartmouth 2-lane race that's headed to the finish. Our gray and black boats, gray MIT, black Cornell, headed back to the windward mark. See a little drama in our
Yeah, a lot of
Dartmouth
action going on
2-lane
here.
race as well.
I'd say the red boats, Dartmouth, looking like a 2-3-4 up this last beat. Back to our race. It looks like boat 12 is in first place, already around the weather mark. That's a Cornell boat. Followed by
Looks like a 1-3-6
Yeah.
for Cornell here.
MIT, Cornell, MIT. Yep, 1-3-6.
Cornell looking to make that pass back happen, but I think first place 12 might be a little too far away. 5's going to get to 11 before 12 can get to 5. MIT looking to all stop this race and get 6 ahead of 11. 11 with good speed, making it impossible for 6 to get around. Lots of time, and 6 is around. 5 doing a great job on that pass back. And 11 tacking away. Cornell in a 1-4-6 with a big gap to that 5-6.
Just another example of the proactive boat getting it done first.
So Cornell is in a 2-3-5. Their second and third place boats are going to slow down boat 11. Boat 11 thinking, I have an opportunity to go on the 5 and maybe we can go play 4. Ooh, a spin. Interesting. Two spins in the back, must have been a red flag. So now Cornell is in a winning 1-4-5 combination.
The one a little bit far away to help engage, and the wall not set up quite well yet. We need to slow down. If we're MIT, we're looking to slow down one of the Cornell boats, and then as the other one approaches, split. Wall starting to form here, but giving 5 the inside.
Oh.
Might see a flag there.
Throwing the boom. Getting starboard advantage. Here comes the puff. Here goes the boats.
This could turn into a 1-2 for Cornell down here. 10 is on starboard.
10 holding starboard, and 10's back in this race.
Worth pointing out, they're well below ley line, so I like the black boat on the outside.
I do too. If 12 is proactive here and gives them a little bump, they
12
could go.
doesn't have to do anything.
Well, now they don't. But that's what they should have been thinking.
Concur. As a lefty, it means it's going to be a deep reach.
Yep. So this is going to turn into a 1-2-5 for Cornell at mark number 3.
Cornell doing a great job on that downwind, bringing the puff to their enemy, getting starboard advantage, and then also taking advantage of the long starboard approach to mark 3, rounding in a winning combination. 1-2-5, looking to balance it on these in this really unstable conditions. You saw the biggest lefty of the day, that first beat of this race. I expect sailors to honor that and head over to the left side, protect that a little bit closer. We've got Cornell splitting to all 3 zones, left, center, and right, owning all 3 pairs.
Your thing is in the absence of any puff or shift, more adverse current upwind on the right.
Charlie, I hate to say it as a Brown Bears alum and fan, but I think you guys need Cornell to lose this race to have any chance of moving on. Dartmouth won their previous race. Cornell sitting in the last spot at 5-5. A win makes them 6-5. A loss brings them down to tie Brown. Brown would win that tiebreaker, having beaten Cornell head-to-head. But a win gets them in. A loss, and Brown moves forward.
Well, hate to bring it up, Clay, but if they lose, if Cornell loses, they would be losing to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Would that, by chance, create a 3-way tie?
You're right. The school of MIT would be 5-6 also, and a 3-way tie would happen.
You willed it into being, Charlie.
There you go.
That said, we are
It doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
about 30 seconds to the finish line.
Back in reality. Not just
And Cornell is looking pretty strong against MIT.
scoreboard watching prognostication. Here in the real world, out on the water, puffs and shifts, lefts and rights. Cornell looks like they're going to take it to MIT, which is going to mean the final 6 is pretty solidified.
I think it's set after this race.
There's one race out on the track currently.
Yeah, I think that they skipped a Harvard-Tulane race a few races ago for an unknown reason to us that they will probably have to do at the end, because I think Tulane just got off the water.
And Cornell crossing the line in a 1-2-3 against MIT. Just a few races left in our stage 1 round of 12.
One race on the track right now, it's Penn in 7-8-9 taking on Stanford in 13-14-15. I don't see the third Penn boat. There they are. So Stanford has a 1-2-4 and looking pretty solid going across the top.
Lighter conditions as they turn around to go downwind after Mark II. Crews are going to keep their eyes back. We've had massive puffs that sweep through the downwind and really change the course. Invert the pairs. So crews are eyes back this whole run. Hard to balance a 1-2 when the puffs are up and down.
13 doing a little work there on 9. Try to make it marginally easier for 14 and 15 to extend.
And Orange Boat 7, the only hope to break apart this 1-2, is going to chase down 15. Doesn't have a teammate to do it. So maybe sailing a little extra distance, using their wind shadow. Still most of the run for 17 to try to pass Boat 15. Much lighter conditions, some chop from the umpire boats that watch closely side by side with the sailboats. 7 starting to move, become a little advanced here on the inside.
Concur.
Yeah, smart of 14 to come across, make sure they're on the inside, and can give them a little bump if they need to help their teammate in 15 out. But you're right, 7 is advancing.
There's no downside for 14 to go at 7
Oh,
here.
no, for
if
sure.
If they wanted to go super hook, they could try to launch into a 1-2-3.
Right, yeah, they could. 7 broke the overlap. 14 reestablished, clear ahead. Look for 14 to jibe again with them. Whole time you're trying to let 15 sail fast and wide around the outside.
See 9 and 13 starting to advance.
Now
the
would
top of
be
your
a
screen.
pretty good time to
Big
bump
and
7.
pressure.
No time like the present. Unless the mark's about to enter the screen on the left, and they're already on ley line.
15 and 14 about to touch the zone. Clear ahead of 7. No issue for green Stanford to round in a 1-2. One, 2, 4 with a quick jibe. Aggressive work by 13 to block 9, giving their teammates as much space as possible to keep this 1-2.
Thirteen really clamping down now. over trimming their main, really slowing down this chase by 8 and 9 to try to catch up. So they've done the job, they've slowed it down, they've made it easier for their teammates, and now the only play is to stay ahead of somebody. Make sure you keep that ace, just in case things get wonky, you have somebody behind you and you can help out.
Front of the fleet, 14 and 15.
Sailing away.
Sailing away.
Next big pressure washing across the course. Stanford in phase. Headed out to protect the left. Maybe 7's in a little bit more pressure than 14. We've seen that lefty show up before. Got a Stanford teammate looking to balance over the left side.
We have a resale going on behind us on the water.
Yeah. Harvard Tulane is sailing. I don't know if it's a resale or if, you know, yesterday they were sailing FJs and 420s, and it got so windy that they sent everybody in and said, we only want to sail 420s. And the rotation got a little wonky to make it work. So I don't know if it's a resale from a breakdown or a resale just because, or a, you know, they skipped them to make the rotation better. But whatever it is, Harvard and Tulane will be following this race and will be the last race of the round of 12. Looks like Stanford is going to finish this race with a 1-2-3 to up their record to 10 and 1 and into a tie with Yale and winning the tiebreaker because they beat them in the race head-to-head.
Correctamundo. I guess in this last race we'll have Harvard trying to keep pace and stay within 2 wins.
Yeah, let's talk about the results for a minute. So with one race left to go in this round of 12, Stanford and Yale sit atop the leaderboard with equal 10 and 1 records. Stanford in first over Yale based on their head-to-head win. Entering this race, Harvard 7 and 3, sailing against Tulane 6 and 4. Both of those teams are comfortably in the top 6. But obviously an important race for standings moving forward, and both of these teams have aspirations of finishing on the podium, so this is an important one. Dartmouth is in 5th place with a 6 and 5 record, and Cornell in 6th place with a 6 and 5 record. Those are your last 2 teams in the top 6, which means unfortunately we're going to be saying goodbye to the Brown University Bears, Georgetown, College of Charleston, MIT, Tufts, and UPenn. This is the start of that Harvard-Tulane resale. I think I see red pitties on the low boats in 1, 2, 3, which means Harvard. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, Tulane, 16, 17, 18, the blue boats. That was 30 seconds I just heard in the background, so our timer might be a couple seconds off.
Still plenty of time here.
Harvard owning the boat, blocking a Tulane boat from starting. Expect them just to slowly start.
And that was the start.
We've got Harvard winning the boat but losing the pin and owning the middle pair. So this could be a 1-2 for Harvard. They can keep this balanced pairs between 17 and 16.
Good escape by boat 3. They lost that pair at the pin, but were able to tack uncovered to get out.
Some of what allowed that to be was the control that 2 had on the 2 blue boats to leeward. Never like to see this. 2 threesomes in a shifty race course.
And we've seen some pretty big lefties. So if I had to pick a side after watching the last few races,
Right now we're just rolling the dice. Unbalanced race course. 3 boats on the left and 3 boats on the right. We're going to Vegas.
We've got boats coming back to meet each other. Not extending too far, checking in right away. Great to do for shifty conditions. Harvard in boat 1, screen right, connected into pressure.
Oof.
Could be all right. Downspeed tack by 3.
You know,
There's a lot of crazy stuff going on right now.
Oh my gosh. Oh geez.
Teammates stuck in teammates.
16 hunting for a protest there. That's got to go on 16. Heading up and hitting after a duck, altering the whole time. 3 conceding a starboard port, but I would have put that on 16.
Meanwhile, amongst the chaos, 1 and 2 sailing away.
I don't really love the close cross to a downspeed tack.
Oh yeah.
You're going to lose every time. You either need to lee bow, or if you can't put a close lee bow, you need to just extend and give up on it. But I think 3 had control of their pair and did that and found themselves in a lot of trouble.
Agree.
Harvard boat 1, a little late to come down to slow 17.
Yeah, you need to be in a pinning position here.
1 does.
1 does, yes. Okay.
And slowing into a downspeed
And
tack with a close duck again. Risky. Is 17 on ley line? 17 might be pinching. 1 and 2 might be able to make it.
I don't think they're on ley line.
I don't think they are either. One's
Yeah,
got to
just
just
shy.
be patient.
Be patient. Let 2 go first.
Not get bored. Not get scared.
Some time on 18. Nice slow rounding here. Let 2 get around.
Nice job there by boat 1.
There we go. Boat 1 saving the race.
Ooh.
17 does not have room in there.
No, but they can prevent them from tacking if
Yeah,
one goes
but-
too wide.
Spoke too soon on boat 1.
Yeah, I think if you're 1 in that case, you need to make sure you're on ley line. You need to shoot up around that mark and make it really hard for 17 to pick you off like they just did. And if you're a little lazy and you go a little bit down and you open the door for 17, they're going to take it.
Every time you round a mark like that, it's got to be in the back of your mind.
17 putting 1 into last place. Harvard now in a 1.56 as they head downwind for Mark 2. Very exciting, Mark 1. Expect 2 Harvard boats to work on this 2-3-4 to break it apart. Boats 1 and 3 to swallow up boat 17. It looks like a big righty on the course. Everyone's just reaching. Not a lot of time with this big shift for Harvard to chase down this 5-6 as a 5-6.
There we go. Starting to get a little bit of a threat from boat 3 and a high-low with teammate 1.
17 leading the jibe there. Maybe a mistake giving Harvard the inside position.
16 is going to have to get involved here.
1 placing a jibe to make this wind shadow bigger. And 17 stuck sailing out to the outside of this course. All 3 boats will have to jibe to get back to the mark.
3 is looking out for 16 here.
There we go.
As you called, Charlie. 16 getting involved and helping out their teammate.
And 16 with a double pin. 1 getting around the outside. Simultaneous jibes with 16. Harvard's still in this race a little bit. A mistake to be so close together. But coming back again to get another boat. Boats 1 and 3 looking to swallow up 16.
Here we are at the front of the fleet. Boat 2 from Harvard is in first place, followed by 18 from Tulane. Slowing down, but rounding.
We have some asymmetry in the
Oh.
back. Boat 1 is ahead of boat 16.
146. See if they can convert it to a quick 145. 17 is going to try to get involved, let their teammate go around the outside.
Big puff,
Looks like they
16's
got it here.
planing.
Yeah,
No problem.
Tulane's going to get this one.
Too much time on starboard. Big puff, 16 being in advance, and Harvard remains in a 1.56 as they round Mark 3.
Sailing into your opponent, Harvard need to be a little bit better about doing a very quick hit on 16 to make that 1.45 pass back. He just got a little too close and wasn't able to make it happen.
It's a huge mentality shift. You go from chasing to having achieved the goal, and there can't be any complacency. You need to be right on the next pair.
Yep.
The second you earn the right to be the 4, you got to be on the 5. There's no celebrating.
And I think that's a common theme we're seeing today. The teams that are acting first, that are making, that are executing the maneuver first, are the teams that are finding more success.
Tulane looking to spread this out into a 2-3-4. The weave not set up yet. A little unbalanced.
Little inverted point.
Inverted, yeah. And one sailing free on the edge. First place Harvard's looking for opportunities to pin and get their teammates ahead.
Yeah, 16 not really taking boat 1 here. '18 comes across and gets involved.
Getting a little bit lighter on the course. We see these really big roll tacks. '17 and '18 quite close together.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 with the ability to slow 2 boats here. It's
Yeah.
probably not going to make a difference in the end, but
Yeah, I think if you're in a 1.56, certainly as you approach the finish line, you are looking for an opportunity to take out 2 boats.
Yeah, take 2.
So, 17 and 18 being overlapped and so close together, like that's an opportunity.
That's where 2 wants to be.
2 needs to make sure they're in a position to do that. And boats behind 1 and 3 can try to set themselves up to allow for that to happen.
Ooh, 17 with a slow tack here. 1 maybe with a close duck. 3 getting across, 18.
Oh.
They probably had it. Nice job by 18, though.
Yeah.
Not letting them take their transom, get to the right, close duck. Looked to me like 3 would have had it, but what do I know? I'm just washed up in the commentary booth.
This 2-3-4, the 5-6 are so close. Where is the 1? We need the 1 to come back, help out their teammates.
Oh,
One had a piece of 17.
It's almost fallen apart. Not a lot of time left.
A couple late opportunities for Harvard there, but with a long starboard to the finish, would take a lot.
Looks
17's got to put the blinders on.
No more tacking. Tulane can
You're
cross
right.
this line into 2-3-4.
Don't get suckered out beyond. You've done your job. You're laying the finish line. Get across the line.
If you need to slow down later, fine. But you already missed the opportunity to pin.
I think everybody's laying. Just cross the line.
Do less.
Harvard's 1 and 3 did such a good job on that beat, getting closer, providing opportunities for their first place Harvard boat to come in, and just not quite enough time to make it happen.
So Tulane is going to finish with a 2-3-4 in that race and take the win from Harvard. And that is going to end the round of 12. All of the races have been sailed, and we are going to winnow this thing down to a top 6. Let's talk about the results a little bit. In first place, Stanford with a 10-1 record. With an equal 10-1 record is Yale, losing that head-to-head battle because they lost the race against Stanford. Third place is going to be Tulane with a 7-4 record. So they are 3 full races behind Stanford and Yale. Dropping to a 7-4 record is going to be Harvard. They're going to be in 4th place. Dartmouth, 6-5. Cornell, 6-5. Those are going to be your 6 teams that are moving on to the round of 6. As these boats are sailing in, they are going to come to the dock. They're going to rotate boats. We're going to get the round of 6 going. And we will be back shortly with more action from the 2025 ICSA Women's College Sailing Team Racing National Championship.
Gear up with Zim and West Coast Sailing. We have the gear you need at a great price, backed by fast shipping and outstanding service. As proud partners of college sailing, Zim and West Coast Sailing offer 15% discounts to student athletes on all apparel and soft goods. Get all the top brands including Gill, Rooster, Zyke, Ronstadt, and more. Go to zimsailing.com/college sailing or westcoastsailing.net/scholastic-sailing for details and to apply for your student athlete discount code today.
If you speak the language of bosons and quarks, of nanoengineering, Wordsworth, or hip-hop, then look no further than Brown University. If you want to work side by side with extraordinary faculty, to choose from 78 academic majors across the spectrum, or to follow a major of your own design, then expect some of the brightest young minds from around the world to surround and engage you at Brown University. Take it from me. I'm John Krasinski, class of 2001.
Sailing is an exhilarating experience that connects us to nature, fosters a spirit of adventure and competition, and creates lasting friendships. At US Sailing, we are committed to making this sport accessible, fair, and enjoyable for everyone. Our efforts support training courses for sailing and powerboating instructors, setting standards for on-the-water education, and managing the rating system that ensures fair competition amongst boats of different sizes. In addition to these programs, we strive to promote diversity and accessibility in sailing by providing resources, publications, and programs that assist sailors of all ages and skill levels. We are more than just sailors. We are coaches, race officials, volunteers, community program directors, and parents of sailors, all united in our passion for this sport. Whether you're a recreational sailor or a competitive racer, US Sailing is here to make the most of your time on the water.
Welcome back to the 2025 ICSA College Sailing Women's Team Racing National Championship. We are here in Cranston, Rhode Island for the round of 6. We started with 12 teams. We've winnowed it down to 6. And over the last 45 minutes or so, these teams have started this round. This is the 5th race of the round. You'll notice that Charlie and I are still in the booth here. We've sent Janel down to the water, to our on-water reporter, and give us a view of what's happening on the water. While we were gone, Yale pulled off a couple wins. Stanford and Harvard also were able to get on the winning board. this race number 71. Harvard is going to be in the blue boats, Cornell in the red boats. Pivotal race for both teams as they look to move up the leaderboard.
Starting to get a couple clumps in the results. We got two teams kind of firmly atop the leaderboard, two teams kind of fighting for third and fourth, and then two teams tied down at the bottom of this final group of 6.
Yes, as we stand right now, Yale is sitting in first place with a 12-1 record. Stanford sitting in second place with an 11-1 record, so just a race behind, and they do own the head-to-head tiebreaker over Yale. Harvard is sitting at 8-4. Tulane 7-6, Dartmouth 6-6, and Cornell 6-6. And just a reminder, this is Harvard versus Cornell. Harvard in the blue boats, looking to be 1-2, maybe 3 at this weather mark, setting themselves up nicely for the downwind leg. Talk to me about the breeze, Charlie. What's been happening for the last half an hour?
Unfortunately, it's on its way down. It's been up and down. We talked about it being post-frontal gradient. Basically, when the warm air comes in, the breeze will die, and that's what we're seeing here. It's up and down for sure, but on average, the trend has been down. So, forecast call for sailable wind till around 3 o'clock. We got 2/3 of the races left, let's call it, in this round of 6 before trying to get in a final 4. But in talking to some of the organizers, they'll just kind of evaluate where they are after this group of 6 and see what we got for sail-offs versus where the forecast is versus how much time we have left until 5 o'clock. So, I guess the rest of the format's pretty unclear. The breeze shuts off, but we'll just kind of play it as it was.
Yeah, I'm optimistic. It does seem like it's dying a little bit, but still plenty of breeze to sail. Harvard had a breakaway 1-2-3 against the race in Cornell, so we're going to check in now with the following race. This is Yale in 4-5-6, the gray boats, sailing against Tulane, 10-11-12, the black boats, and these guys just started their race. Tulane actually looks like they're off to a pretty nice start against Yale. Regatta leading Yale.
The tide should be going out until about 3 o'clock. Or at least that's high water here in Port of Providence. So sometimes it runs out a little bit longer this time of year, based on some of the drainage flow. But we'll just have to wait and see. But as the breeze reduces, the tide will become a bigger factor.
I also think keeping your head out of the boat and finding those pockets of breeze are going to be really important. You can see on the screen, nice puff coming from the top left. Much different breeze up there for those 3 boats than these boats in the bottom right side of our screen. And it looks like Tulane in 11-12 are sailing into a pretty comfortable 1-2 at the moment. See if they can hold off these fast Yale Bulldogs.
You know a lot of fast Bulldogs?
Do I know a lot of fast Bulldogs?
Bulldog doesn't strike me as the fastest canine breed.
Fast sailors.
They certainly are. This is when you're Tulane. You gotta, be aware of where the competition is, but conditions are pretty fluky. So it might be time to transition into fleet race mode. Lifting the pressure towards the mark. Put the blinders on and away you go.
Quick double tack at the weather mark. But it looks like Tulane in 11-12 are comfortably in the lead here.
Be a nice little bounce back race for them after a loss to Harvard.
I wonder if our graphics got out of whack a little bit. We might be looking at Stanford, Dartmouth. I apologize to both of those schools before.
I can tell you what, in the 12 and 11, they've rounded the top mark. racing Dartmouth.
Yeah.
And would you look at that? Sure enough, the graphics now reflect reality.
But TechScore still shows we're 2 races behind that, so... Oh, it's been updated.
So that's Stanford with a runaway 1-2 here against Dartmouth. So in fact, that's not a great bounce-back race for Tulane,
No.
because no, they're not even in it. Dartmouth here trying to chase him down, but not a ton you can do from that position. Fourth place Stanford boat doing a nice job trying to slow the 3 and let the 1-2 extend. Tough to say that anything is insurmountable, but this one looks pretty good here for the Stanford ladies.
So when the breeze died down a little bit, they shortened the course. But that also means that when it does pulse in a little bit as the breeze kind of fades down, that the course will seem a little shorter too, which doesn't bode well for Dartmouth, because I think the breeze is up a little bit now, and Stanford sailing fast towards the finish line.
Stanford might actually end up 1-2-3 here. Five might still just be across 10, but
yeah, not much more to say about this one. Stanford, pretty quick. Had a good start. Sailed really well. Pretty good runaway 1-2, maybe 1-2-3. Why don't we check in with Janel on the race course and get a perspective of what she's seeing on the water. Janel, you there?
From the race course, we're watching Dartmouth versus Stanford. Stanford in a commanding lead with a 1-2-3. The conditions are absolutely beautiful out here. Really dynamic wind conditions. The tide is getting a little bit lighter, but the course is set perfectly for team racing, and it's just absolutely beautiful out here.
look for a split second there, like pairs were getting out of balance. 11 was right there to slow 5 and ensure that 12 is going to go across the finish line in front of everybody.
Yep, and kudos to the Stanford team for not getting a little lackadaisical and staying disciplined. There's a big left shift. 5 got involved, but 11 is right there to balance properly and ensure this win.
This will be Stanford keeping pace with Yale and vice versa. As the boats will sail in to rotate for the next flight.
Yes, Stanford officially winning this race with a 1-2. They will take it over Dartmouth. And for this final group of 6, the regatta organizers are only using 2 sets of boats just to make rotations a little bit easier. So you can see the other fleet sailing towards the dock in the distance. So we're going to have to wait for those teams to get to shore and rotate and get back out to the start before we can give you the next race. But this is a good opportunity to check in with the results. Stanford, with that win, is going to move to 12-1. Yale is a 12-1 also, having just won a previous race. Those 2 teams sit tied in first. Harvard, 9-4, sole possession of 3rd place. Tulane is sitting in 4th at 7-6. Dartmouth just fell to 6-7. Cornell also at 6-7 with the completion of those races. So we're starting to see a top 4 kind of work their way to the front. Harvard's pretty solidly in 3rd. Tulane leading Dartmouth and Cornell at the moment, but it's close. Let's check in with Janel one more time and see what she's reporting from the water. Janel, what are you seeing out there?
All right, we're here on the water with Stanford, just come up with a win. Can you all tell me a little bit about the conditions and how your day is going? It's going great. Conditions are amazing. It's super duper. It's a little shifty. Fun. Best team racing edition so far this week. Excellent. Racing.
Pretty upbeat Stanford Cardinals there after an impressive win over Dartmouth.
Be interesting to see here if Tulane can stay in touch with Harvard here. Or they're going to fall into the group of teams with 6 or 7 losses. And the implication there would be if they have a chance to mix it up and they make the Final Four, if they end up making it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like right now Stanford and Yale are pretty solidly sailing really well, pretty solidly in 1st and 2nd. Harvard's kind of sitting in 3rd place, a couple races behind, couple races ahead of the group behind them. And then it's turning into a 3-way fight for that last spot in the Final Four. Looking forward, the next race we're going to see will be Cornell in red, 1, 2, 3, sailing against Yale in blue, 16, 17, 18. Get a live view of our teams on the dock, rotating, talking to their coaches, getting a few last-minute pieces of advice, checking with the results. It's a gorgeous day here for the 2nd and final day of the ICSA 2025 Women's College Sailing Team Racing National Championship. Here's a look at our schedule coming up. Cornell, Yale first, followed by Dartmouth and Tulane. Some important races for all these teams.
Stanford, Harvard, be a good race. Harvard, Yale.
Yeah, I think for sure if Harvard has any aspirations of winning this regatta, they're going to need to take some of these races off Stanford and Yale now. You lost to them both in the first round, and you lose 2 out of 3. You're 4 races behind, 3 races behind, not a lot of races left. I think those are must-wins for the Harvard team.
It's funny we talk about the players getting the scores from their coaches because in team racing there's nothing you can really do about it. You got to go out there and win every single race. In fleet racing it's good to know the scores because you can go out there and maybe affect how it's going to finish.
Right.
But certainly in team racing, regardless of what the score is, you got to go out there and get it done.
Right. And certainly all of these races are must-win races. But as we sit here looking at the computer, looking at the scores, we know that for Harvard to have any chance, they need to take these races off of Stanford and Yale, and Stanford and Yale can certainly cement themselves in the top 2 by beating Harvard and continuing to win. they're going to keep the pedal down and really try to keep rattling off some races and make sure that it doesn't come into a light air, dying breeze, decisions need to be made kind of mode.
Based on the feedback and the smile we got from the Stanford sailor, they're plenty happy sailing in these conditions, at least for now, that's for sure.
So you can hear the 3-minute horn just started, and this race is going to be Cornell in red, 1, 2, 3, sailing against Yale in blue, 16, 17, 18. This is race number 73 of 81 in this round of 6.
Umpires there cruising out of the way. By setting up behind the fleet to best observe what we got going on in this next start. So frequently you'll see a boat like boat 2 right there shoot off from one end of the line. What they're probably doing is checking the way lines relative to the shift, picking a point on land where they know they're on that committee boat way line.
A lot of curious homework that can be done.
And in a venue that's so shifty, you gotta do it a lot, get a lot of data points. Know that it could be between the Edgewood Yacht Club or even the port of Edgewood, depending upon what phase the breeze is in.
We see some engagement right now going on between these two teams.
I'd like to point out that engagement's starting to happen at about 1:25. Just proving yet again.
Are we going to get another pitch with the 2-minute start?
Yet again. 2-minute start would be just fine. Squeaky wheel gets the grease, baby. Ooh, little contact there. Did you ever sail at Cornell?
No, I never did. How you?
Never made it up there. That's probably a pretty cool place to sail.
Yeah, I've heard great things. And the Cornell program has really become a national powerhouse over the last few years. And their coach, Leo Lavi, has done a fantastic job. A lot of talented sailors are now going there, and the program's in a really sound place.
I always like going new places. Sailing new venues, doing new things.
$16-1.
One of each. Pretty good start there for the Big Red. They'll probably go back here with 18.
17 to a close lead on 3.
So you're doing a nice job here.
Yeah, for sure. So Cornell pretty solidly in front, boat number 2. 3's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, also. Super fleet race mode here. 17 trying to do a covering tack, but failing to get bow 4 as they got on the port. Ooh, here we go. I like it. 2 won't have to do much here to spring 3.
You know, I like that play by 18 attack because now you make 2 make a decision. Does 2 let 18 go free and continue to do their pass back, or do they stay there?
Just go right back.
I think they're right back to it as well. switcheroo.
Pretty sketchy out there. At least we're in the northern part of the bay. My guess would be that it's already shut off. Points further south. See, it's pretty glassy. And we got female skippers sitting in the boats. Pretty light. You and I would be hiking the leeward.
Yeah.
Certainly if we were sailing together.
It is light out. And we're expecting a little bit of this as the day went on. Temperatures warming up, breeze backing off.
Boat 3 there starting to go sideways in the current.
I'm being told that we're aware that there's some audio issues for our viewers. We're going to take a quick break, re-plug in with ESPN, and make sure that we can come back to you with audible commentary.
And hopefully these boats aren't still in the same place when we come back.
So, what we're looking at now is a nice corner of the dock at Edgewood. Here we go. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully our audio has been corrected. We are jumping right back in with the Cornell-Yale race. Cornell is in the red boats.
146.
Yes, sailing in the 146.
Something says soon to be 156. Ooh, cheeky there. On to starboard. Not going to be enough, I don't think.
I thought that was a great tack by 16 and also a good read to know when they were tacking, not reacting to it, but instead beating them, and I think they're going to be able to get over them.
That's what helped them get over the top. The fact that they're tacking means it's pretty thin, which means 16 is going to give a little more bad air there to 2 as they roll over the top.
So Cornell finds themselves in a 156. On this downwind leg here, Yale solidly in a 2-3-4. Breeze is getting a little bit lighter. You can see in the background some of the glass on the water.
Still a couple good puffs up here on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, we just felt a nice one come through. Hopefully it makes its way down to the water for these sailors. Cornell's going to do anything they can to slow down one of these Yale boats. You can see boat 2 trying to get into different positions to affect boat number 16.
Doesn't surprise me that we feel wind aloft. Yeah, I'm sure for the rest of the day and probably through the night, aloft at high altitudes we'll still keep this gradient wind, but it's the heating that's preventing it from touching down onto the water. You have a lack of vertical mixing, and all of a sudden there's no wind on Narragansett Bay.
Are we racing you guys now? I think so. Battle for green? Yeah.
As we approach Mark 3, Cornell still maintains the 1. Yale 17 is probably going to slow down and wait for their teammates, make sure they're okay. Boat 16 still maintaining their advantage over boat number 2.
See 3 in the background there.
Yeah.
Setting that mark trap. Gonna have to wait a long time if they're waiting for 2.
So Yale has done a nice job of maintaining this 2-3-4 in the downwind, sailing fast, putting themselves in a position to stay in front of their Cornell counterparts.
My guess is boat 1's high outside, but
yeah, I think if I'm 17, I look back, I see my teammates are okay. It's time to start pushing this Cornell boat around the mark. You don't want to condense too much and give the trailing Cornell boats an opportunity to make something happen.
There's boat 1 entering the frame. Pretty solid 2-3-4 for the Yale Bulldogs. Two's bringing a little pressure down here.
Oh, a jibe attempt.
Yeah, they got it in just.
Quickly back. Yeah, it's condensed. Yale still has a 2-3-4 combination, but it is back to a race. And
Nice
it does look
job there by Cornell.
Yeah, and it does look like the breeze has pulsed in a little bit for them. Here comes 1 with some speed.
3, ooh. It seemed like 3 was affecting 16 worse than they'd have been affecting 1.
I was almost wondering if 1 should have maintained that pin on 16 and let 2 tack out.
Yeah, yeah. Seemed like by virtue of being like just a ladder rung down, they were kind of in 3's gas.
But here we go. 1 has a shot at 16. 18's quickly acting to respond.
So when somebody's reaching at you, that is usually a good indication that you should be reaching at someone else.
Yes, agreed. I think 1 should be coming down to 16. And locking them up, allow boat 2 to tack out. 2 might have been a little early because 16 wasn't quite pinned yet.
What?
Probably would have lee bowed if I was boat 1 there. Because now you're just sailing away under the control of boat number 18. You go to tack, 18 tacks on you, and they've divided up. Now if I'm boat 2, I probably come back here and force 16 to choose to come back also. 16's coming back by themselves, must be a big lefty.
Interesting time to...
I think it just speaks to how crazy it is out there. I thought they were tacking into a nice big puff and lift, and it wasn't.
I'd like to point out that boat 18's done a really nice job of, not only making sure their teammate is where they need to be, but in every single exchange, they put their bow where it needs to be relative to the other boat. Always strong, always in a position to pin, never too far ahead, never so close they're scared. They've done a really nice job here.
We're in black, right? You guys are red.
Let's see if we can check in with Janel on the water for some insight. What do you see down there?
All right, we're here on the water with Yale and Cornell. It's really close. We've got 18 and 2 becoming unbalanced. And we've got 1 that might be able to tack and cross 18. We'll follow the race and see if red 1 can cross 18, breaking up Yale's 2-3-4. We see 16 starting to bear off, going to 1. 16 looking to tack directly in front of 1 to slow this race down and balance so that 18 can be ahead. Yale doing a great job balancing this race. Looking like 18's clear ahead of 1. 1 won't have a strong lee bow. Really close for Cornell to break up this 2-3-4.
Well, Yale's done it. Too little too late by Cornell. Yale's going to finish that race with a 2:34.
We're going to buzz up and try to catch Yale on the way in.
Keep pace with Stanford in the overall standings.
Looks like we got another race starting down there at the line. We might be able to pan too as these boats sail in to rotate, or perhaps even be interviewed by Janel.
Yeah, I think Janelle's going to try to chat with one of the Yale sailors and hear how their day is going. Here goes boat 18, maybe our MVP.
MVP
of the race.
All right, we're on the water with Yale, coming off a win against Cornell. Those were incredibly challenging conditions. The breeze completely died, shifted totally to the right. What were you thinking you needed to do as the conditions changed and you knew it was going to be a really unstable race?
We just focused on keeping our pairs, making sure that we were all balanced throughout the race course, and just trusting our teammates that we're going to be able to stay consolidating on our other pairs and work the race. Yep.
You did. You all did. Trust the process. I love that. I'm sure everyone was totally calm the whole time.
Yeah, we were calm.
Really calm, collected.
Calm, cool, collected.
Calm, cool, collected, and total trust. Well, congratulations, and we look forward to watching you the rest of the day.
Thank you.
So Yale takes that race against Cornell in a 2:34 to keep pace with Stanford as regatta leaders. Both teams only have one loss so far in this regatta, and the next race on our schedule is going to be Dartmouth and Tulane. Dartmouth in boats 4, 5, and 6, the gray-colored boats. Tulane 10, 11, 12, the black-colored boats.
And that'd be Tulane trying to stay in touch with Harvard. And
yeah, I think Tulane, this is an important race. Tulane and Dartmouth both kind of fighting for the last spot in the Final Four. Separated by just one race. So Dartmouth looks to be in first place as they round mark 1. Tulane looks to have 2-3. So they're thinking play 2. Dartmouth's thinking play 4. And we can see boat 6 really trying to slow down 12 and let their teammate in 4 get around them.
boat 6 is really trimming that main hard. You can see how flat the sail is. It's got overbend wrinkles in it.
That's how you have to do it. Really put the clamp down. And then convert to a play 4, and boat 6's roll is now changing to totally crushing number 12. So Dartmouth rounding that weather mark in a 1-4-5 winning combination. The 1 needs to stay close, ready to help, but maintain the 1. The 4 needs to continue to push this race forward. And the 5 needs to crush the 6th place boat. Really slow it down.
I love being the 5.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can't have any kind of conscience. you can't get bored. You can't get complacent. You have one job regardless of the gap. Make it take as long as possible.
Yep.
There's no, oh, this gap looks big enough. Let's just keep going.
No. It's never big enough. I don't think 12 necessarily had room there.
They do not, and then really they should just keep squeezing until they can't play.
Still no room here.
It's like boat 6 can hear me about not having a conscience.
Great job. Masterclass by boat number 6 right now.
And 12 for not getting caught below the ley line there.
So we are in the back of this race watching boat number 6.
Ooh.
in 5th place. Their sole job is to slow down boat number 12 in 6th place.
Worth pointing out, this is a battle of the greens, the big green and the green wave.
There you go. Up front, Dartmouth maintains 1st. Their teammate in 4th. Everyone's doing what they need to do. Boats 10 and 11, 2nd and 3rd place, need to slow down boat 4 to hopefully let their teammate in 12 catch up. I like this move by 4, not jibing and coming with, keeping their separation, just really trying to progress the race forward.
Nice switch by 10 and 11.
Yep. You can see a little jibing going on in the back with 6 and 12.
There's a threshold of true wind speed under which the maneuvers are no longer actually slowing you down. We're approaching it on this run. If you're doing jibes in 25 knots, the opportunity cost of going straight, you're clearly slowing down. But in less than 5 knots, when you're roll jiving, you could be speeding up.
Oh, for sure. And with the great boat handling that we're seeing here today, I'm sure tacking and jibing are gainers. Dartmouth, 4, 5, 6, the gray boats sailing against Tulane, 10, 11, 12. The black boats, 1, 4, 5 at the weather mark. I'm still really impressed with boat number 6 doing the job. They continue to crush 12, but to your point earlier, no gap is big enough. Don't take the foot off the gas. Keep doing it.
Maybe foot off the brake.
Foot off the brake. Well,
foot off the throat.
Foot off the throat. That's a better one.
I like that one. Let's go with that.
You can see the gap is actually shrinking a little bit.
Always does.
In theory, 2 boats, 10 and 11, can slow 1 boat, number 4, more than 1 boat can slow 1 boat.
Right back.
Yeah, they're doing a great job.
6s. I love it.
Boat 4, broken overlap, force these.
Go back again.
Yep. Force these guys to round.
You got a whole nother exchange in you before the circle here.
Oh, yeah.
Double jibe, reestablish. Nice. Look at her go. Uh-oh, she jibed into it. Lured boat.
I hear some protest calls and hands going up.
Unfortunately,
I see a red flag.
I think that's against 6.
Oh!
12. No way.
So the umps must have deemed that she was able to get her jibe across cleanly and 12 didn't keep clear?
Yes. Because certainly if the foul happened after the fact, she would have been jibing into a windward keep clear situation, and 12 would have had rights, so. They must have been calling it port starboard prior to the exchange that we were referencing.
This is
not a lot of wind there.
No, this is a nail biter. Dartmouth and Tulane, both teams battling to make the top 4. We've seen a great play 4 happening the entire downwind leg.
Beautiful tack. The level is high.
I like how even though boat 12 was spinning, boat 6 weighted up. They're not taking their foot off their throat. And boat 11 tacking away a little bit, maybe positioning themselves to help in some way. At some point, 10 should take 4, and 11 should go back and do a pass back with their teammate, but you need to make sure that it's balanced and it's the appropriate time, because if you sail too far back to do it, you leave an opportunity for 4 and 5 to do a pass back in the front of the race. 5 might be too far away to help 4. Here's where I wonder if 4 can help their teammate 5 by tacking and bringing it back to them.
Yes.
Right, like 5 can't go over and help with 10, but if 4 brings 10 back over to them, all of a sudden they can help.
And maybe now they can. I'd say prior to right now, 10 had been doing a nice job pinning 4.
Right. But so here we have 2 competing pass backs. 5 and 10 and 4 in the front, 11, 6 and 12 in the back. And
I can already tell 10's not clamping hard enough.
no, before 4 should come back. Here they come.
But, you know.
10 is
sailing for the 1. Turn.
interesting.
Agree. Maybe the pin is along this way.
Here comes 10. Now
Could be new race winner. They've conceded.
Yeah, so it looks like Dartmouth has conceded the 1 to boat number 10 and is going to transition to a play 2.
Which I'm fine with. Proactivity.
Yep. So here's an opportunity coming back. Make sure you land properly on boats 11 and 12. Put yourself in a position to be successful. Maybe a pinning position allows boat 6 to tack. I think boat 4 needs to really slow down and get into a locking pinning position. Weren't quite there yet. Patience is important. Okay.
There we go. Perfect.
Yeah. Janelle, what are you seeing down there?
All right, we're on the water with Tulane and Dartmouth. Dartmouth realizing
Success attack.
that the race is stopping, coming back. The 1 is maybe a little bit too far away, and we have Tulane doing a really good job coming back, condensing the race, bringing it back together. We can see 2 gray boats, Dartmouth balancing on both edges, 4 balancing 11, 5 balancing 12. We have boat 10 from Tulane coming back down, engaging in the race. Not a lot of time for Tulane to get in a winning combination with a 1-5-6. 10 looking to pin 6 outside of the line. 5 reestablishing balance on 12.
Double bid,
Only about 2 minutes left in this race. Dartmouth doing a good job stabilizing with a 2-3-4. And with the weave spreading out, 5 able to tack, Dartmouth is headed to the finish line with a 2-3-4.
6's got downs.
$11 choosing to duck. 6 not inside the line. Watching this finish. Really close with boat 12 from Tulane in last.
Dartmouth.
But boat 11 from Tulane, starboard port, 6 ducking, and 6 is going to finish ahead of 12, giving Dartmouth a 2-3-5 right at the finish. Back to you.
That was a great race. Best part for me was when the 2 boats from Dartmouth decided they were going to authoritatively go play 2. They did. They made it happen, and that's how they finished.
That was a great race. And I agree with you. I think that was the key moment. It would have been easy to continue to chase 10. Maybe you lost the 1. Maybe you can still get it. But they said, nope, we're going to go play 2. And they did it really well. I think Janelle's going to try and chat with one of these Dartmouth sailors and see what their take was on the race.
Super calm. watching the race. What do you think about the conditions so far today?
The conditions were great in the beginning, and now they're falling off a little bit, so we're definitely super heads up in the pressure trying to make things happen.
Yeah. Excellent. Well done that race. We're excited to watch the rest of the racing today.
Thank you.
Copy that. Tell us a little bit about that last beat of that race.
The last beat was really hectic. We kind of were gauging if we had the one or not for most of it, and then once we realized we didn't, we just kind of regrouped as a team and went to a play 2 instead, and then we just clamped down on our opponents and just
to watch a great play 2 balance out. So well done. See you out there on the next race. Back to you.
That was a great race, and that win moves Dartmouth to 7-7, equal on record with Tulane, but into the 4th spot. Next, we have a battle between Stanford and Harvard. Stanford in the red boats, 1-2-3, sailing against Harvard in the blue boats, 16-17-18. Looks like one boat from each school was over again. I think boat 3 had the best start of the group and looks to be solidly in first place.
If you're 3, you might go back here.
Yeah.
Yep. And put a little gas on 16 and let 2 extend. Do some quick work and then split off with 18.
Yep. Oh. A flag on 18.
That'll be, I mean, you'd think a turn that delayed would be umpire initiated, so we should expect a 720, and there we have it.
So Stanford with first place, Harvard with a deep 6. Let's see, the other 2 pairs are both pretty tied at the moment. Great tack.
Yeah, just in a couple of maneuvers, boat 1 went from bow even to
a boat length ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
And boat 2's poking out on 16 on the far side. Harvard needs to be careful here. This could quickly turn into a runaway.
Yeah, it spells trouble, I think, for Harvard. One's goal here should be to end up in 3rd.
Hmm. Breeze looking a little spotty there. There's the weather mark entering our view on the right side of the screen. Yeah, I think if executed properly, Stanford could round here on a 1-2-3. Sixteen's going to duck.
Well executed by Stanford. Could be a long race for Harvard here. And for the commentators.
Yeah, great start. Good beat by the Stanford team. Rounding in a 1-2-3. Going to look for boat 1 to slow down boat 16, let their 2 teammates extend. 1-2 anything wins this race. You can see them wiggling back and forth. keeping the 3, but slowing down the chase.
The penalty on the first speed, especially an umpire-initiated one, never helps, but gives Stanford a lot of credit from going from strength to strength.
Yeah.
Winning each of those pairs, but actually converting it into something where, you know, they should hopefully never need to look back. Man, it's getting soft.
And that's where bumping, if you're the third place boat, slowing down the chase is really important because, you know, a puff could come through and, you know, everyone in the back of the fleet could catch up pretty quickly to the front of the fleet. But if you give your teammates opportunity to run away, it just makes your odds of winning that much greater. We're going to step away for a moment, and we will be back shortly with more live coverage from the 2025 ICSA Women's Team Racing National Championship.
Gear up with Zim and West Coast Sailing. We have the gear you need at a great price, backed by fast shipping and outstanding service. As proud partners of college sailing, Zim and West Coast Sailing offer 15% discounts to student athletes on all apparel and soft goods. Get all the top brands including Gill, Rooster, Zyke, Ronstadt, and more. Go to zimsailing.com/college sailing or westcoastsailing.net/scholastic-sailing for details and to apply for your student athlete discount code today.
If you speak the language of bosons and quarks, of nanoengineering, Wordsworth, or hip-hop, then look no further than Brown University. If you want to work side by side with extraordinary faculty, to choose from 78 academic majors across the spectrum, or to follow a major of your own design, then expect some of the brightest young minds from around the world to surround and engage you at Brown University. Take it from me. I'm John Krasinski, class of 2001.
Sailing is an exhilarating experience that connects us to nature, fosters a spirit of adventure and competition, and creates lasting friendships. At US Sailing, we are committed to making this sport accessible, fair, and enjoyable for everyone. Our efforts support training courses for sailing and powerboating instructors, setting standards for on-the-water education, and managing the rating system that ensures fair competition amongst boats of different sizes. In addition to these programs, we strive to promote diversity and accessibility in sailing by providing resources, publications, and programs that assist sailors of all ages and skill levels. We are more than just sailors. We are coaches, race officials, volunteers, community program directors, and parents of sailors, all united in our passion for this sport. Whether you're a recreational sailor or a competitive racer, US Sailing is here to make the most of your time on the water.
Well, we're back, and Stanford has maintained their 1-2 lead. Harvard boat slipped by in a close chase for third. Kind of a wide mark running there, huh, Charlie?
I think that's a product of the tide still going out here for the next couple hours and a little bit of light air.
Big righty at the same time, maybe?
Could be. It's making for exceptional slowing conditions there for the 4.
Well, the third place Stanford boat is doing a nice job of slowing down the 2 chasing Harvard boats. 16's around, within reach of number 2. Stanford's still looking quite strong up this last beat. I think if I'm number 3, I have my eye at least on 16.
Ah, for sure. I think the only threat there is, 16 getting bow out to the left.
Right. Correct.
2 is now kind of over the top and a little bit of righty, so.
2 look stronger. And
status quo.
They're definitely in a righty. Here comes 3 to cement themselves in front. I see that pin just bob into our screen on the right side of the course here. Not a ton to happen on this last leg as a big righty. You can see the flag on the committee boats facing pretty far right. A big righty makes this mostly a starboard tack beat. Stanford is going to keep pace with a win over Harvard with a 1-2 finish. Back to the start, we have Dartmouth, 4-5-6, sailing against Cornell, 10-11-12. Under 30 seconds until the start.
Cornell likes the leeward position here in all 3 pairs.
I think this is a must-win for Cornell if they want to move on. They're sitting at 6-8. Dartmouth and Tulane 7-7. Only a few more races left in this round of 6. Let's check in with
On the
Janel.
water live, watching with Cornell and Dartmouth. Cornell stacking the pin, tacking off early in phase, looking like a 1-2 for Cornell. But as we've seen today, the breeze can die. It can shift like 70 degrees, so everyone's heads up. But as of now, it looks like Cornell has a solid control exiting the line of this race.
Cornell looking pretty solid here.
Big lefty coming down the course right now.
Big lefty.
12's decided they want to step up into that lefty. Cornell might be time to go straight for a little bit here.
Yeah. You can see these teams willing their boats forward here. The windward mark kind of in the center of our screen.
Could have a situation here where 12 actually.
So I look for, I think if I'm 10, I tack and let 12 take my teammate up, or my opponent up. Or now if you're 10, you can hold out 6 and let your teammate go through and round in a 1-2-3.
Correct. Don't tack yet.
Yeah, need to be patient there. I think 6 has room here.
If you're 6, you might even just let 5 through. It's never going to be easier. Looks like they're going to get it anyway.
So Cornell's going to round with a 1-2, which is a winning combination, but
certainly 30 seconds before that weather mark, you'd have thought it could have been stronger.
it could have been stronger, for sure. And on a day like today where it's light and puffy, you want to be as strong as possible all the time.
Wow, wide angles.
So Cornell in a strong 1-2-5. Dartmouth in chase mode. Both 6 and 4 are doing whatever they can to sit on the breeze of 11 and hopefully allow one of them to get by. That's step number 1. In the back, 10 is making sure that they stay in front of 5. All boats are jibing, which to me means there's a big lefty going on right now as they work down this downwind leg.
Not just angle, but looks like darker water over there, of course, left side. Obviously a decent puff there, boat 4 choosing to wing.
Need to separate a little bit and give yourself a chance. Hard to pass if you just follow the whole time. We're watching Dartmouth versus Cornell. Dartmouth in 4, 5, and 6. Chasing down Cornell, 10, 11, 12. This is an important race for Cornell. They sit at 6 and 8. Dartmouth and Tulane, 7 and 7. Those are the teams vying for that final spot in the top 4.
Breeze is holding on. Although not what we had this morning. Still plenty to sail. Not a ton of races left in this group of 6, and hopefully we'll get into and complete the group of 4.
Yeah, after this race, only 5 more races to be sailed in this round of 6. So the number of opportunities to pick up wins against your opponents are getting fewer. Cornell doing a nice job of maintaining their 1-2-5 advantage on the downwind and around Mark 3.
Just keeping that ace.
Yeah.
1-2 ace.
Nice leeward mark rounding by Cornell.
Nice work.
Six tacks into 12's cover. $11 and 12 sailing fast.
Looks like 10 might have been about to go back for a jive there.
Yeah. There it is. Slow them down. I love it.
Go get.
I think 10 needs to keep 5 behind them. And you can take opportunities like that to slow them down a little bit, create a little bit of a gap. But you never want to over-risk it where you might lose them. So I like these opportune times to take a little stab at boat number 5, slow them down, and then release and continue.
Yeah, for sure.
See some waves coming through the course there.
Yeah, wonder what's going on there.
Must be motorboat wake.
Close to fetching here.
Yeah, solid breeze coming down the course. It's good.
See those wind turbines in the back, still generating some power.
Still moving. 10 doing a nice job of staying ahead of 5. That's their only responsibility right now. Here we are as we approach the finish line. Cornell looks pretty solid in a 1-2. 5, and they're going to take this race against Dartmouth. A really important win for Cornell as they look to keep their dream of getting into the Final Four alive.
This next race will be Harvard and Yale. Nice job by boat 10 there.
Yeah, they did a great job.
Put in a huge gap. Aggressive when they had to be, and kept opening their comfort window.
Yep. So, as Charlie just said, we are down at the starting line for the Harvard-Yale race. Harvard in the red boats 1, 2, and 3, sailing against Yale in the blue boats 16, 17, 18. It's nice that they correlated their colors so appropriately.
Fitting color combinations.
Yep, makes it easier for me. I was, overnight I was challenged to say one nice thing about Yale today.
Really?
I think the Harvard-Yale feud has always existed, but they are obviously a very talented team, sailing really well today. Only one loss so far in this regatta and looking to keep it going against Harvard. Coming up to about a minute before the start. Let's go to Janel quickly to chat with the teams from the last race.
Cornell with a win, a 1-2-5. You guys did a lot of work at the end of the race, keeping that 6 far enough away. Was that hard for you in these conditions, or have the conditions been a little bit more forgiving?
Honestly, like with races as shifty and puffy as this, I feel like it's a lot easier to gap and like kind of dig someone deep. And I feel like it's like we were talking about how like necessary it was because we've had these like crazy right shifts and left shifts. Like we didn't want to give any room for, I don't know, not only giving up the play 1, but a play 4 also. So yeah.
Absolutely. And they've been moving the marks almost every leg. I know that must be hard for you as a crew trying to point them out. Which one are we going to? What has it been like in the front of the boat as they move marks with all the shifts?
Just looking at things like 3 steps ahead, just trying to figure it out before we actually get to the marks, or like even the leg before. So
excellent. Well, you guys sailed really well that race. Excited for the next ones.
Thank you.
Back to you.
I like that comment from that Cornell sailor. You know, we're sailing in uncertain conditions. It's light, it's puffy. We're going to do our job. We're going to really make sure that this gap is large. We're not going to take their foot off their throat, and it worked out really well for them.
I liked what she said too about pressure coming from both sides of the race course, and never feeling like they could give anything away. I was trying to be bow forward to the next shift.
Harvard and Yale, race number 77.
Or be looking for a play 2 here, I'd imagine. But then again, maybe not with that shift right there. Could be play 4 for Harvard now.
Yeah, I think if I'm boat 1 right now, I need to focus on maybe getting the 1. If 16 can hold you off and take the 1, it might be possible for Yale to go play 1.
It's funny, I always think of a 1-4-5 can always become a play 2.
Mm-hmm.
But a play 2, you might never get the 1 kind of thing.
Well, I'm just thinking if I'm number 1 for Harvard, and both my teammates 3 and 2 aren't really in a position ahead of anybody or able to help, You know, I think you got to get the 1.
Yeah.
And now the shift in light air has kind of skewed the whole course, and it's changed things a lot. Now 18 has the 1. It's also allowed 3 to get back in the race.
I don't know if it's just our perspective, but it looks like they moved the mark a little bit.
Certainly looks up and down. I see boats sailing wildly different angles and in different pressure. There's a close interaction with 1 and 17. I think 17's going down for a duck.
It's a kinetic situation here.
I don't think the boats are quite sliding as much as it would seem from the drone angle.
Bit of an optical illusion with the surface of the water.
And you can see that big pressure coming down from the top of the course right now, too. So 18 looks to be in first place. Harvard trying to salvage something here and maybe put themselves in a play 2. Three attack here. Attack 1, attack. Oh.
16 playing forward or back?
Good question, Charlie.
Nice job by 2 there.
Yep, good job for 2 for getting back into it. Harvard looks like they just converted to a nice play 2.
Certainly did.
So as we reach across the top, Yale is going to be in a 1-5-6, Harvard in a 2-3-4.
And we got a race on our hands. And some wind to boot.
Yes.
Should be a good run. There's a big difference between doing a bump and doing a pass back. We just saw it right there. Sometimes you got to alter the other boat's course just enough to let another boat through, and sometimes you got to really take them out and make sure you pass them forward entirely.
Boat 1 trying to fend off 2 Yale boats. Looks like senior Cordelia Burns skippering boat number 1 for Harvard. (17) doing a nice job of trying to slow down boat number 1, allow 16 to get to the inside.
If I were Harvard, I'd try to cycle somebody else inside.
I think so too. Maybe that boat number 2, jibe across.
If you could.
You can see they're trying to...
You're not trying to accept help, you're trying to give help.
We've got Yale on this downwind with a double cover on boat 1, trying to break up Harvard's 2-3-4. And you can see the mainsail of 1 got touched by 17's wind shadow. 1 has to head up and block 17, and 16's on the inside. Yale doing a great job with this double cover.
Two's got to get 16.
Back to you.
2 was a little late to engage 16 there.
Here's Mark 3 entering our view from the left.
2's got to, okay, there you go.
Somebody's got to put a clamp down on 17.
Certainly does. 17's inside 2 right now. They're owed mark room for me. 16 does not have room on 2. That is a play 1 for Yale.
Yeah. Boat 18 did a really nice job there. 17 did a nice job of going around.
3 kind of lost track of the circle. Ooh, and Yale, in addition to getting the play 1, keeping the ace.
Yeah, what a good conversion for those guys, for that team going.
Pear-shaped there at the end. It all came down to proactivity.
Yep, we've been preaching it all day long.
Boat 2 was late to engage boat 16, and that was the end of it.
So here we are, rounding mark 4. Yale with a 1-2-5, pretty solidly in control here against Harvard. You can see there looks to be decent breeze for the rest of this beat. Little lefty, maybe boat 3 had a piece.
It's a tough ask.
Yeah, just trying to think of any way they can get back in the race here.
Okay. Yale needing this race to keep pace with Stanford.
I think they're looking pretty strong right now. And here comes the pin. Okay. Is there a way for boat 2 to come down and pin 18?
They're working on it. If I was 1, I'd tack right now.
I think so too.
There you go.
Oh.
2's late.
Oh, you have to leave out.
But even that means they could have pinned it. They reacted a little earlier.
Oh. Yale's just going to sail across the line in the 1-2 for the victory.
Close to pinning 18 out there. Would have been a big ask with 16 on the other side, still ahead of 3.
Yeah, but in
some.
that case, you always have to leave out, right? Like
There, yes.
If you duck, it's race over.
But the only reason there's an opportunity to leave out is because you let that boat tack in the first place 30 seconds ago. Shy of ley line, I might add.
Well, Yale's going to get the job done, defeating Harvard and keeping pace with Stanford. Both Stanford and Yale only have 1 loss on this regatta so far. Pretty impressive.
Easy to be critical in the booth, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Speak for myself here, but I know if I were out there sailing against these ladies, I would be continuously in 6th place.
I think Janel's going to touch base with some of the finishers in that race, and we'll see what they say from the water.
Your question before you head in? Okay, great. You can just sail alongside us, and we'll cue in live, and then I'll ask both of you questions.
Okay. Wait, I'm on a tack wings for racing.
Copy. We got to go this way. Yeah, you can tack with us.
Thank you.
Good call. We'll get you when you tack back. Once you're clear, we'll...
So next up after this is going to be Tulane Stanford.
Good race.
Yep. Good race. Stanford looking to keep pace with Yale. Tulane hoping to grab that Final Four spot. Tulane is going to be in 4, 5, 6, the gray-colored boats. And Stanford in 10, 11, 12, the black boats. We can see them actually rounding the weather mark right now. Looks like Tulane is going to have a 1, 4, 6 at the moment, so very much a race.
It's just me, or is this a very colorful Final Six as it relates to university mascots? We got some Bulldogs and a rainbow full of colors, basically.
Sure.
Sure.
I mean, you got some red and some green and some blue.
Get some, yeah. Get some green waves. You get some cardinal, some crimson.
Yeah.
Big green, big red.
Lots of different shades of red, green, and blue.
Mark 3, because that was the spiciest part of the race. You know, some. All right, we're live on the water with Harvard, having a great event so far. Really spicy race this last one against Yale. Can you tell us a little bit about Mark 3, where most of the action happened?
Sure, yeah. We were at a play 2 going into Mark 3. Zoe and Kate and Peyton, who else in the boat? Alexandra and Kennedy, our teammates, were in the 2-3. They started playing back on Mia and one of the Coles. We just couldn't quite grip their boat 5, and they were able to convert to a play 1. Yeah, unfortunate, but it was a great race.
You did an incredible job off the starting line, winning combination. Classic for Mark 3 to be total chaos. Really excited to watch you guys keep racing. Well done.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to it.
Back to you.
All right, we're back to the race. Tulane in 4, 5, 6, sailing against Stanford in 10, 11, 12.
We have 5 boats in the frame here.
There's the 6th boat entering our screen from the right.
You got leverage. Look behind, but.
So Stanford looks pretty solid in a 2-3-4 play.
Agree. A little bit of pressure coming down to boat 4. 5 could probably be a little bit more aggressive on 10.
The breeze is holding on here. You know, we knew it was going to die all day long. It's still pulsing in and out a little bit. There are some light spots, but generally speaking, it is holding in, and I think we're all optimistic we can complete this racing.
We said 3 o'clock, so hopefully we still got this much pressure in an hour or so.
So after this race, there are 3 more races left in the round of 6. Each team will have 1 more race. One last opportunity to jockey for leadership positioning.
Stanford looking strong.
Tulane is in a 1-5-6 as we round this last mark. Stanford coming on strong, staying in a 2-3-4, really pressuring the 1. Setting up into their upwind covering scheme. like that division.
Nice weave here going upwind.
Yeah, nice weave. Purpose of the weave being to divide up the course. 3 boats covering 2 boats. Make sure everyone's covered. Make sure you can help if needed. And so that you can hopefully maintain your play 2. It's a gorgeous day here in Cranston, Rhode Island, as we watch Tulane and Stanford heading up to the finish line. Race number 78 in this women's National Team Racing Championship. Looks like one of the Stanford boats was able to get around the lead Tulane boat, boat number 12.
I like how they're immediately coming down on 6.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the things I think that Stanford's been doing really well today is they convert to a play and they act immediately. They're aggressive in their execution, and I think it's one of the reasons why they only have 1 loss so far.
Penn on the short tack.
Calling for a tack and pin so 11 can sail through.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. Pin again, so they don't have starboard advantage on 11. Beautifully done by the Cardinal.
You know, CJ Buckley puts Club Spot through the ringer every year, so we basically, I think we find all their bugs every year for them. But yeah. Exactly. Yeah. There's plenty of quirks for that. So
11 on the shoot.
All right. Yeah. Thanks so much.
1, 2, 4, probably.
Yeah.
If not better for the Stanford Cardinal.
So that's going to be a win for the Stanford Cardinal. Once again, keeping pace with the Yale team. So as I was saying, with the completion of this race, we have 3 races left in the round of 6. Each team has 1 more race. And maybe now would be a good opportunity to check in with the leaderboard. With that win, Stanford improves to 14-1, tying Yale also with a 14-1 record. For the moment, Stanford holds the tiebreaker based on head-to-head competition. Harvard is going to sit alone in 3rd place at 9-6. Tulane, Cornell, and Dartmouth, all with identical 7 and 8 records. All 3 fighting for that last spot in the Final 4. And we can tell you that Tulane and Cornell will be sailing each other in the last race. So the loser of that will be definitely out of the Final 4 contention. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. But we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. I think mathematically, either Yale or Stanford will be winning this regatta. And wouldn't you know, Stanford and Yale will be racing each other
in the
final race of this round of 6. That is definitely going to be one we should be keeping an eye on, especially as the wind begins to lighten.
And now with only 1 race to go, I should say, for each team, we can say that the tiebreaker, at least for now, is no longer relevant. It'll be who beats who here in the last race.
Pull the pin down.
What is a cardinal? Stanford Cardinal.
I assume it's a bird.
Yet the logo has a tree on it.
I think they were a tree for a while. I think there was one of the little mascot switch at some point.
Really? Taking it has nothing to do with the Catholic Church.
I don't think so.
Cardinal could be a color.
Oh, it is a color.
Yeah, let's go with a color.
Yeah.
It could be like a navigational aid.
I mean, yeah, it's a color for sure. I don't think it has anything to do with religion. I know that it's singular. It's not plural. They're not the Cardinals. It's Cardinal.
It's true.
At any rate,
we still have a whole minute to kill because we got 3-minute starts here in college sailing.
Charlie, if it was up to you, would we be doing 2-minute starts?
I think we would, Clay. I think we would.
We are in the last 3 races of this round of 6. First up is Harvard and Dartmouth. Harvard will be making it to the round of 4 in 3rd place, regardless of the outcome of this race.
Dartmouth a lot to sail for here.
Dartmouth has a lot to sail for.
Sailing for 4th place, and I guess if they do win,
only a race behind Harvard for 3rd.
Exactly, which would give them to something to sail for in the Final Four.
Yeah, I don't think mathematically Harvard can clinch 3rd place with a win here, but I do think that a win would certainly give them the high likelihood of finishing in 3rd place. I don't think they can catch 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, I think.
No, mathematically, Stanford and Yale will be 1st and 2nd. The order to be decided.
Correct. 1:20 to go.
You know, Harvard started out this round of 6 pretty hot with 2 wins and then faced powerhouses Stanford and Yale and took 2 losses. It'll be interesting to see if they can bounce back. Dartmouth just lost a close one to Cornell.
Yeah, start out hot and then run into the buzzsaw that is the Cardinal and the Bulldogs. Still plenty of time here with 40 seconds to the start. Dartmouth barely getting that jive in there on boat 1. Like that extra maneuver, like 16 matching. Still plenty of time for 1. A lot of jockeying. The key is just getting the last one right. It's going to be tough there for the Dartmouth boat outside the committee boat.
Harvard boat 3 is going to spin around at the pin.
That was too high tack.
Yeah, that has to be a lee bow.
Yeah, agree. 18 will be bow out in no time. He's got a decent chance of holding on to 17 there. Two would be a little bit of a pig in the middle. Breeze goes left, 17 strong on them. Goes right, 18 strong on them. But you never know. Fast, well-sailed boats.
Yeah.
Static breeze that get a little lucky. Could come out of there. Doing a nice job now, boat 2.
Yeah, they're working on 17, and they're going to tack off with them.
Credit to all these sailors. They're sailing the boats at such a high level. Saw a lot of good boat handling today. And as you pointed out multiple times, very different conditions than they had yesterday. Tale of 2 days for sure.
To say the least. Wildly different. Yesterday started out 12, 14, manageable, but breezy but manageable, and quickly got very, very windy. I actually came down to watch a little bit, even though we weren't broadcasting, and it was windy. Today, much lighter, more of a boat handling day.
Yet worth pointing out that across drastically different conditions,
top teams are still the top teams.
Certainly are.
Yep. So it looks like Harvard's boat 1 is going to be in first place. Dartmouth looks to me to be in second and third. And going play 2. I would look for boat 2 to actually go down on 17 and maybe go play 4 here if I was Harvard.
18's got a pin, 17's got a duck.
17 definitely needs to duck. Harvard needs to tee them up. Ooh. Good job of 17 for
18
getting...
18 tacks.
Yes, you're right.
Right meow.
Right meow. Well done for Dartmouth. That was a great pin. Good job ducking by 17.
A big race for Dartmouth.
Definitely. They need this race.
They're sailing like it.
If they lose this race, they are out of the Final Four for sure, because one of the other 3 teams will get a win.
By virtue of sailing each other.
Yes.
You ever sail at Dartmouth?
Oh, yeah, many times. Lake Mascoma. Beautiful.
I don't think I sailed there more than 2 or 3 times.
Really? Hearst Bowl?
Sailed a college team race New England's up there against, well, Clay, against you,
yeah,
amongst many others.
Our freshman year. Team Race New England's is there.
But then, yeah, wasn't a frequenter of the Hearst, and certainly not the Mrs. Hearst.
Harvard still has their 1. Boat 2 might have slipped into 4th. Harvard sitting with a 1-4-6. Should be looking to convert to a 1-4-5 and go play 4. See how quickly they act on it.
I like boat 2 here.
Get aggressive. Probably needed to be a little faster of a jibe, because now 18 is bow out and has the starboard advantage. Yeah, it was the right move, but it needs to be faster and a little more aggressive. So shake it off and back to the task at hand. We need to slow down one of their boats, number 18. Let their teammate get around.
Great boat handling.
Yep. Really good job not over flattening on later day like today. It's easy to do. It must be, I must admit I've never crewed in a team race before, but it must be really difficult.
I can tell you from experience, Clay, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go, stop, go, luff, wing, reach. It's very tough, and hats off to these crews for making it work.
I did the Boosa Tour in 2006 and had the pleasure of crewing for Justin Law. And unfortunate for him, half the time he had to crew for me. That was a fun time. Lots of team racing over there across the pond. Even a little bit of match racing. And everything from 40-foot cruising boats to Ilka 7s, or as the laser, as they used to call it.
Yeah. So Dartmouth still maintaining their 2-3-4 advantage over Harvard.
Good spacing. See the Mark III coming into play at the bottom of the screen. Ooh, little puff there for 2. Make it interesting on 17. 2's got to go at 17 right now, and if I were 3, I would tack.
Tack around?
Yeah, you're hooked.
Yeah.
So from the water, we can see that Harvard has broken up Dartmouth's 2-3-4, 17 caught in the middle, 3 stuck on the outside. So this race is going to stop. It's going to compress. And we're waiting for Harvard in boat number 1 in first place to stop this race. Harvard with first and last, a losing combination, but 17 with an incredible hold on that outside Harvard boat. It's up to Harvard's boat 2 to push this race.
No umpire call
Harvard
there.
3 coming back into the middle, 17 in control, but at the mark, Harvard boat 1 about to hook 18, is 2 free. Harvard with the 1 and still with the 6.
Dartmouth still going to end up with a 2-3-4 as they round.
Raise for an umpire call. All clean, everyone communicating between teammates, no one calling for the umpire right now.
Looked to me like boat 2 had a valid case driving on to starboard there. About 3/4 of the way down that run, but
Got to ask the question, right?
I would think.
I
While
mean-
in the process of avoiding contact and giving plenty of time and opportunity.
Sure.
But yeah, I think you asked the question there if you're boat 2. $16 with a chance to get around the outside. Buffalo girl. About 16 pumps to the main sheet there.
Three a little bow out as they round here. A mooring ball in the way. I think if I'm 2, I do a big dip and I try and tack. And if 18 goes with you, you just allow 3 to get a stronger grip on them.
Yeah.
'17's doing a nice job of setting themselves up to be effective and helpful if need be. Yeah, if 2 does a big dip, either one of 2 things happens. You can dip and tack out and you're free, or 18 goes with you and you allow 3 to be in a stronger position to take them.
3 is in a much worse lane than 18 right now.
There, see, all right, good. 2's going down, do it again. Good, keep going. Two needs to realize that their play is actually for 3 to take 18, not them. Yep, a little luff, slow them down.
Now 2's doing some work.
Yep. Now you're in a better spot.
And as they do it, 3 walks
and
forward in the exchange.
17 needs to be a little bit more aggressive here too.
It's nice work by 2. We got a mooring ball. It's always, Now it's up to a match race, but 18's bow out on the long tack. They were making more progress working together than they were splitting sides. They all coming in overstood or something here, or are we? Yep.
Yes, is
all
the
coming
answer.
in overstood is the answer. Three. Nice job by 17 to go with 3.
Oh boy.
I love it.
Yep, I'm here.
Boat 1, get some.
What a finish here.
We're at the finish. The tide is ripping upwind. Boat 1 owns the zone, and none of the blue boats can go in between her and the mark. But it's not enough. Harvard has first and last on this final approach to the line. And Dartmouth takes the win. There's hands in the air, green flags from the umpires. Dartmouth wins with a 2-3-5.
Wow.
Wow is right.
That was exciting. I like it when they go inside out like that. Current going up win, big left shift. We got a bunch of jibes at the finish there. We had a tack and a jibe, I believe.
Wow.
Congratulations to Dartmouth there. I think securing their position in the Final Four and giving them something to play for.
Well, yes, certainly congrats to Dartmouth. They are going to improve their record to 8-8. Now,
There could possibly be a sale-off, I suppose.
That's what I was going to say. One of the Tulane and Cornell are racing next, and one of those two teams will also be 8-8, and then we might have a sale-off depending on how those races went with Dartmouth.
Do you think a guy like you could go to a web page somewhere and
I could try.
see what their records are against each other previous in the piece?
Speaking of Tulane and Cornell, here we are. Tulane is going to be in gray, 4-5-6. Cornell in black, 10-11-12. This is a must-win for both teams. The loser is definitely out of the Final Four.
And unclear whether the winner will be in or in a sale-off. I guess they'd be in a sale-off if they split, or one of the teams will have a 2-0 record against the other. I have a member of my staff, a.k.a. Clay, looking that up right now. Cornell in a 2-3-5. About 4 from Tulane. Sailing up to try to convert the play 4. But in doing so, came out behind. About 12 able to sail over the top with some nice pressure. I think the breeze is in the right phase there, which made it a little more difficult.
All right, so my back-of-the-napkin math, please don't hold me to this. Dartmouth has won. Their record's 8-8. Whoever wins this race will also be 8-8. If it's Tulane, Dartmouth has faced them twice and has beaten them twice. So Dartmouth would advance to the Final Four. If Cornell wins this race, Dartmouth and Cornell split, and they would have to have a sail-off to determine the final team in the Final Four.
Sounds logical enough that I can't question it.
As we stand, Cornell, 10, 11, and 12. They look like they are in a play 2. Here's where we stand after that last Harvard race. Harvard-Dartmouth race. Stanford and Yale, 14-1 records. They are going to be racing each other next. We'll certainly keep an eye on that one. Harvard sits in third, 9-7. Dartmouth, 8-8. The winner of Tulane-Cornell will also be 8-8, tied with Dartmouth. And depending on who it is, either Dartmouth will advance or Dartmouth-Cornell will be a sail-off. Unfortunately, that means that I don't think there's any scenario where Tulane advances to the Final Four.
Correct.
It's either going to be Dartmouth or it's going to be Cornell. Right now, Cornell looking pretty strong.
Still in control here, Cornell going downwind. little soft here, but still hanging on. 3 o'clock was that magic number.
It's 2:35 here in the East. This is the second to last race of the round of 6. We're watching Tulane and Cornell sail their last race of this round. If Cornell wins, they will have a sail-off with Dartmouth to get into the Final Four. If Tulane wins, Dartmouth will move into the Final Four. After this race is Yale versus Stanford. Both of those teams have been incredibly impressive, each with only 1 loss. So that'll be an important race for both of those teams. And the planet.
Simultaneous jibes. 6 can left 11. But has no air and no space to do so.
So Cornell is maintaining their 2-3-4 advantage over Tulane.
Big green, big red sail-off.
It's looking like it right now.
Sounds like a big sail-off.
You know, that mooring ball is just a couple boat lengths away from that leeward mark. It looked like boat 12 timed their tack so that the lead Tulane boat was overlapped with the mooring ball and couldn't match.
Like a pick.
Yeah. I don't know if that was intentional or not.
I don't know, but that mooring ball has been consistently annoying.
I like that play by 12. Maybe you had a shot at 5, maybe not, but stay with your play 2. It's working well for you.
I like it.
Don't get greedy.
Smart switch here. Interesting. Someone's sailing to the left. Yeah. I would have maybe just stayed. Not 10. Interesting time for 11 to deck.
Cornell's looking pretty strong here as they work their way towards the finish of this race.
12 pushing the 1 just enough as the finish line comes into view.
It's going to be Cornell, boats 10, 11, 12, taking the win off of Tulane. And again, with my back of the napkin math, Cornell and Dartmouth will have equal 8-8 records. They've faced each other twice. They've split in those 2 races, which means we have bonus sailing, Charlie.
That'd be a pretty great thing for Cornell. For a Final Four appearance, for a young program like that at a national championship. But sail off between now and then.
Yes, they need to win the sail-off first.
Look at him.
We're going to take a quick break. Yale and Stanford are heading to the starting line for the last race of the round of 6. We're definitely going to want to check in on that as it's a race between the 2 leaders, but we'll be back. Just kidding. Janel, what can you tell us from the water?
We're on the water here with Cornell, just coming off a win. Can you tell us a little bit about racing today? Is it like home, Cayuga Lake? A little shifty, some winding pressure, breeze up and down, and Winning combination to a losing combination. Tell us about today.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit like home. It's more about communicating with your teammates and making sure you're covering the whole race, so the whole upwind, making sure that everyone has some coverage on our opponents. I think that's the key for today. We're definitely coming back from, we were stressed yesterday and we're working so hard together to come back and be strong, and I'm really happy about how our team's doing, so yeah.
I definitely hear all the positive comments you guys say to each other on the way downwind, even if you're in a losing combination, keeping yourselves together. I can hear that from the boat. What about that downwind boat handling? I mean, 420s are the best part of dinghy sailing. What's it like crewing downwind when it's these conditions?
I mean, it's all about getting a lot of roll and kind of just holding and waiting and going slower than you think. They're definitely a little bit sticky at times, especially when the wind's dying, but just generating enough power to get through the maneuvers.
Yeah. Well, you guys look great out there. Good luck moving on. It looks like we got a sail off, so we're excited.
There you go.
Back to you.
Gear up with Zim and West Coast Sailing. We have the gear you need at a great price, backed by fast shipping and outstanding service. As proud partners of college sailing, Zim and West Coast Sailing offer 15% discounts to student athletes on all apparel and soft goods. Get all the top brands including Gill, Rooster, Zyke, Ronstadt, and more. Go to zimsailing.com/college sailing or westcoastsailing.net/scholastic-sailing for details and to apply for your student athlete discount code today.
If you speak the language of bosons and quarks, of nanoengineering, Wordsworth, or hip-hop, then look no further than Brown University. If you want to work side by side with extraordinary faculty, to choose from 78 academic majors across the spectrum, or to follow a major of your own design, then expect some of the brightest young minds from around the world to surround and engage you at Brown University. Take it from me. I'm John Krasinski, class of 2001.
Sailing is an exhilarating experience that connects us to nature, fosters a spirit of adventure and competition, and creates lasting friendships. At US Sailing, we are committed to making this sport accessible, fair, and enjoyable for everyone. Our efforts support training courses for sailing and powerboating instructors, setting standards for on-the-water education, and managing the rating system that ensures fair competition amongst boats of different sizes. In addition to these programs, we strive to promote diversity and accessibility in sailing by providing resources, publications, and programs that assist sailors of all ages and skill levels. We are more than just sailors. We are coaches, race officials, volunteers, community program directors, and parents of sailors, all united in our passion for this sport. Whether you're a recreational sailor or a competitive racer, US Sailing is here to make the most of your time on the water.
Well, I'm Clay Johnson. I'm here with Charlie Enright in the booth. Our colleague Janel Martin is out on the water right now, getting some interviews and on-the-course reaction. We are in the last race of the round of 6, sailed between Stanford and Yale. I'm really looking forward to seeing this one. Both teams only have one loss on the regatta, and this is certainly an important race for both teams who have aspirations of winning. After this race, we'll have completed the round of 6, and Cornell and Dartmouth will stand tied at 8-8, and then we're going to look forward to a sail-off between those two teams to be the 4th and final team moving on to the round of 4.
Teams have once again color coordinated here. We have Yale in blue and the Cardinal and kind of some Cardinal.
Yeah. Certainly nice of them and easy for us. A new perspective here. The sun angle has had the drone switch sides, so now we're to leeward.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's not good.
Well, it's good if you're Stanford. 2 and 3 launched here with one pair late and a couple of boats over. Interestingly enough, big righty, no shocker. Usually in a right-hand shift, you get closer to the line, you end up being early.
Easy to be drawn over.
Yeah.
Yep.
The only problem now is that 3 is to the left in a right-hand shift, but they just kind of be patient and pick their time.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the breeze go back and forth. I think, as you said, be patient and wait it out, and you might see a lefty come back.
Couple things going on there. We still got the tide coming in. Got a right-hand shift, flat water. All those things make you early in a pre-start.
You know, so Stanford did beat Yale in their head-to-head matchup. So if Stanford takes this race against Yale, they will be 1 race up.
And clinch the tiebreaker.
And have the tiebreaker.
Because they'd be 2-0.
So Yale would need more than just beating them once in the finals to win overall. Now,
don't sleep on 16 here.
No, I was just going to say, as powerful of a start as that was for Stanford, 16 is coming across, and they are in a great spot.
Some might even call it first place.
I'd consider that great.
Doesn't get better. Kudos to Yale here for fighting back. We talked about the right shift. Sometimes it's tough to determine whether or not you should be patient and wait for the lefty, or if you got to kind of dig into a right shift that's never going away, particularly on a beat that only takes 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
So Yale, well done. That could have gotten pretty ugly after the start. Yale's going to round in first place. It looks like Stanford is going to be in second and third. It'll be interesting to see how boat 17 and this last place Stanford boat come together here.
Got the Cardinal ahead.
Stanford's going to round in a 2-3-4 winning combination.
This is where spacing's important. You can see that the 4th place Stanford boat, really bad air from their teammates right now.
And really tight to mark number 2, where they're not even laying. They're going to have to tack on this leg.
And one of the reasons they're going to have to tack
is because they're in their bad air. Their
that
teammates
is
bad air.
Correct. So the right shift, which we saw push some boats over in the line, make the right side of the course favored, skew the offset leg. Kind of crazy right now. But as they say in the business, it is the same for everyone. It's going to make it a little hard, I should say, for passing on the run if they all fetch down, but
sure looks patchy out there.
that'll help put a gap in there.
Yeah.
Attacked by Yale 17. Looks like 16's running out of pressure. 2 and 3 attempting to soak inside. Pressure back to 16 now. Still plenty of pressure on the American flag there. Out on the dock at the Edgewood Yacht Club. Doesn't look like there's enough wind to wing, so these boats will presumably sail to the ley line and jibe around. Interesting to see if 3 can jibe on 16 and maybe spring 1 and 2. It's getting pretty light out there. .16 jibes. Boom comes back to center. Well, that's a new perspective. Hopefully these light air conditions aren't indicative of what's to come.
Hmm.
In the potential regatta deciding race.
I'd love for one of these Stanford boats to get inside of that Yale boat. 18's done a really nice job of catching up and getting on the inside of 1. That's their chance.
2's got to hit 18 hard here.
Yeah, hard. I think 18's closer to 1.
Agree.
As Yale looks to go play 4. You also need to be a little careful. That's 17 going around the outside.
Correct.
Up
We saw that happen in the last race.
There's Mark 3. You know, a powerful roll jibe at the right time could lead for a lot of acceleration.
Don't jibe. Three was on starboard and getting jibed at.
1 and 18 just had an altercation.
I hear
a lot of
protest call on the water.
Yeah, protesting hails. Hear a whistle. Do not see a flag.
Three doing nice work here on 17.
Yeah, 3 is doing a nice job. Can 2 rip a jibe and take 18 up?
Oh, yeah.
Rip a jibe, take up 18, let your teammate go in front.
I think that is a foul on 3, I would say. If I were an umpire.
It's getting really, really contentious right now.
Well, honestly, what else are you going to do? Sail?
Yeah.
To my eye, 3 fouled 17.
Well, while we wait for any potential calls, Stanford is going to round Mark 3 in a 2-3-4.
Interesting that 18 would tack there. Maybe it was just to unhook. Cornell anxiously awaiting their sail off. .18 either calling for an umpire or coaching from the 6.
Well, as it shakes out, Stanford remains in their 2-3-4.
I'd say even better.
Maybe better. I think one could.
One's got a chance to pin 16 here.
What do you think about a hitch by number 3 right now? Even if it's just a double. You know, it's a gainer to tack in these conditions. There they go. I like that. 2 can stick with 18 going out towards the left. Here comes the committee boat into our view on the left side of the screen. Do we think boat 3 is laying?
If it's anything like the last race, I'd say yes.
If it's anything like the last race, I would say maybe.
How's that for sitting on the fence, folks?
Yes, they look like they're laying. 16 making every last-ditch effort to hold up number 1.
But it ain't going to be enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, they can't stop 1 and 2. Could 18 come in and stop 2? Oh, a duck. Yeah.
Didn't really have much of a choice.
Stanford's going to win this race with a 1-2.
6.
A 1-2 to Stanford gives them the win. I see celebration among their boats. That not only breaks the tie, Stanford moving to 15-1, Yale falling to 14-2, but it gives Stanford the head-to-head tiebreaker. So not only is Yale going to have to beat them in the last round, they're going to need some help. Somebody else is going to have to beat Stanford too if they want any chance of winning this regatta.
Maybe it'll be the Crimson.
Or the winner of this last race, the sail-off.
The Big Red is the only team to beat
one of the
Stanford-Yale team that is not Stanford or Yale.
Yeah. So that concludes the round of 16. Stanford, 15-1. Yale is going to drop to 14-2. Harvard is in third place at 9-7. We have a two-way tie for fourth, 8-8. Cornell and Dartmouth. They split their 2 matchups already, which means they are on the water, and they are going to have a one-race sail-off. The winner will move on to the round of 4. We're going to take a quick break, and we will come back live in just a few moments with this sail-off that everyone's eagerly awaiting.
Gear up with Zim and West Coast Sailing. We have the gear you need at a great price, backed by fast shipping and outstanding service. As proud partners of college sailing, Zim and West Coast Sailing offer 15% discounts to student athletes on all apparel and soft goods. Get all the top brands including Gill, Rooster, Zyke, Ronstadt, and more. Go to zimsailing.com/college sailing or westcoastsailing.net/scholastic-sailing for details and to apply for your student athlete discount code today.
If you speak the language of bosons and quarks, of nanoengineering, Wordsworth, or hip-hop, then look no further than Brown University. If you want to work side by side with extraordinary faculty, to choose from 78 academic majors across the spectrum, or to follow a major of your own design, then expect some of the brightest young minds from around the world to surround and engage you at Brown University. Take it from me. I'm John Krasinski, class of 2001.
Sailing is an exhilarating experience that connects us to nature, fosters a spirit of adventure and competition, and creates lasting friendships. At US Sailing, we are committed to making this sport accessible, fair, and enjoyable for everyone. Our efforts support training courses for sailing and powerboating instructors, setting standards for on-the-water education, and managing the rating system that ensures fair competition amongst boats of different sizes. In addition to these programs, we strive to promote diversity and accessibility in sailing by providing resources, publications, and programs that assist sailors of all ages and skill levels. We are more than just sailors. We are coaches, race officials, volunteers, community program directors, and parents of sailors, all united in our passion for this sport. Whether you're a recreational sailor or a competitive racer, U.S. Sailing is here to make the most of your time on the water.
Certainly are.
We are back here at the 2025 ICSA College Sailing Women's Team Racing National Championship. After a brief pause to let the wind kind of settle in, we're going to get back in action with the sail-off, the fourth place sail-off between Dartmouth in 4, 5, and 6, the gray boats, and Cornell, 10, 11, 12, the black boats. My name is Clay Johnson, and I'm here in the booth with Charlie Enright. Janel Martin is downstairs on the dock trying to get some reactions from some of the teams. Bit of a little uncertainty right now as the breeze has been pulsing in and out. We've had our camera on for a while. You can see the glass in the far distance, but there's enough to try, and that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, it's been up and down, certainly. We've seen some pretty big oscillations as well. But there's racing to be done, and depending upon your position in the standings, you're either eager to get out on the water or happy to watch it stay calm.
Yeah, so it's 3:47 here in the East. There's a no start time after 5 p.m. We need to complete this tiebreaker race to establish our fourth team in the Final Four, and then do a Final Four, which takes about an hour if everything goes well. So prepare yourself for some fast action if the breeze allows it. For those wondering how we got to the sail-off, first we did a round of 12 and narrowed down our teams to 6. Then we completed a round of 6, at which point we had Dartmouth and Cornell on equal points, 8 and 8. So we are doing a split when they raced each other head-to-head. We're doing a one-race sail-off where they will join Yale and Stanford, who are already in the Final Four, and Harvard in third place in the Final Four.
Looks like a pretty chaotic start, but not bad if you're a Dartmouth fan. Winning at least 2 pairs off the line. maybe 3, depending upon what's going on here on the left. Bow relative between 6 and 10.
You know, I'm feeling a little bit of breeze up here on the 3rd floor of the Edgewood Yacht Club. I'm hoping that it's at least enough for this race to hold and establish our top 4 teams so we can quickly move into the round of 4 afterwards.
I think eventually we'll see boat 10 bow back here and tack off, 6 tacks simultaneously, and try to get as bow forward as possible on the new starboard tack. But that would be Dartmouth controlling all 3 pairs at that point, and it's just about how to balance them into the top. Here we go.
Nostradamus over here.
As predicted.
Boat 10 falls off. 6 goes right with them. Look for them to tack back. I think the boats are almost laying the weather marks on port.
You see Mark 2 coming into the frame.
There goes 6 back with boat 10.
I like that extra tack by 4 shy of ley line so that you can come in as a wrecking ball.
I probably would have gone back a little earlier if I was boat 6.
Concur, especially towards the top of the beat. Always good to kind of lean on that starboard advantage.
You can see how patchy, glassy even the breeze is off in the distance. We are using the last bits of breeze here to try to get this sail off in.
I like that move by 6 there, actually. Not sailing into the melee. We talked yesterday about being able to receive help. And what might end up, it's pretty tricky here.
6 goes to duck, big duck on number 10. They're going to have another starboard boat in number 12 to contend with.
12 might have.
I think 6 actually called for room to tack.
A little disappointing if you're Dartmouth to come out of a start where you're winning 3 pairs to end up in a 1-4-6.
Ah, a spin from number 6. Yes, so Dartmouth, what could have been a 1-2 is now looking like at best a 1-4-6, and quite possibly a 1-5-6. We're seeing boats
Luffing rights, 2 jibes, establishing right away.
So this is the sail-off. The winning team here, Dartmouth or Cornell, whichever one wins, will advance to the Final 4.
Just looking over my shoulder and kind of listening to some of the horns, sounds like we're going to get a crack at this Final 4 here. It's probably Yale and Harvard getting started over there.
Exactly. Yale-Harvard will be the first race of the Final 4, and no need to wait. They can start going.
If I was Yale, I'd be arguing if there's enough race for a sail-off. There's enough wind to start the Final 4.
Well, Yale certainly would like to race. They're locked into second, can do no worse. 1 race behind Stanford. They do lose the tiebreaker, but they need racing to happen. So you're right, they want to sail. You know, big left shift. You can see the flag on the finish boat, actually. Pretty hard to the left. Big left shift has forced all of these boats to jibe to starboard on the downwind here.
Cornell doing a pretty nice job here. Cornell winning their last race in the round of 6 to force this sail off. So coming in with a little bit of momentum. They beat Tulane to make it into the sail off. So Tulane guaranteed to get 6th. Loser of this race will be 5th. Winner of this race will get a spot in the Final 4, but most likely with a established position depending upon tiebreakers. So as much as we're racing for a spot in the Final Four, we're really racing for fourth.
Cornell doing a nice job of maintaining their 2-3-4 as they approach Mark 3. Both 10 doing a nice job of letting their teammates go in front, control the zone, and they'll just jibe around and follow in the 4. Oh, just kidding. Double jibe. Give their teammates a little room. On the bottom reach here, Cornell still in their 2-3-4. Dartmouth's lead boat getting a little aggressive. Looking for them to jibe soon. Four is doing a really nice job of compressing this. Just trying to create a little bit of chaos, give some opportunity to your teammates to make something happen. Five rounding wide around the outside.
Getting a little chippy there. Five's got to make it happen right now on 10.
Yes, Dartmouth in a 1-4-6. Those who act first usually are successful. Could be a little pass back here with 5, 10, and 6 in the back.
Meanwhile, 12 getting bow out on 4. Cornell might be sailing around the 1 as we speak, in which case the pass back in the back of the fleet is the wrong thing to do. Boat 12 starting to look pretty strong on boat 4. If you're 4 here, are you happy to keep fighting it out?
I'm just wondering to myself, why haven't they tacked? They're slowly losing. Now, granted, I can't see what's happening on the other side of the course, but I probably would have tacked out regardless, except, oh, I just see a hint of a Cornell boat, number 11. Wow. This has quickly turned into a 1-2. Maybe.
Snakes and ladders.
Yep, and this is kind of to be expected as this breeze softens up and gets a little fickle at the end of the day. Boat 11's trying to slow down, hopefully providing an opportunity for their teammate 12 to the left off the side of our screen to tack over and get in front and maybe win into play 1. There comes 12. 11's just doing anything they can to slow down 6 and 5.
6 got a piece of 11.
Yeah.
It's winding that far right.
It is winding right. And there's the finish line. They're definitely not laying.
And you can actually see, okay, the current on the finished boat there, the yellow power boat. So they're getting swept past ley line at a pretty impressive rate. That's the other thing that's happening on the right side of the course. In addition to the righty, there's more tide pushing these boats upwind. You can see boat 5 is going to go from, you know, 4th to 1st here.
This is quite the stack up here.
So just to be clear, boat 5 was on starboard, and they tacked under boat 11.
So hard to say, but I'm going to give
2-3-5 for Dartmouth.
Cornell a 1. Oh boy. 2-3.
Happy to talk.
Cornell. Let's go down to Janel, who's on the water, and see.
We're at the pin. We've got chaos between Cornell and Dartmouth. Cornell with first, but maybe last place. Close tack between 4 and 12. Pin is definitely favored. Tie probably goes to 12. We'll have to check the results.
What a race.
Sure. Yeah, I have no clue what happened.
I see a green flag from the umps.
Let's see if we can tell anything from the reactions.
I see no reactions to indicate one way or the other.
Gut says Dartmouth.
You think Dartmouth in a 2-3-5?
Yeah. As good a guess as any.
I am frantically clicking refresh on TechScore, hoping to get those results and hoping to learn the 4th place in this top 4 round. Janel, do you know who won down there on the water?
We don't know who won the race. The finish line was extremely skewed. The pin was favored, and with 2 boats tacking simultaneously at the pin, I think the closer boat to the pin probably got 5th. That would be Cornell, I think, getting 5th, but neither team knows if they won.
To me, it looked like they didn't have room to tack in there, but then
they went wide and
miraculously did at the end, and it's hard to imagine they went wide. So it's Cornell with the victory in a 1-4-5.
Yes, Janel was correct. Cornell at the pin was able to tack in there, and Cornell wins that race with a 1-4-5 and will be moving on to the Final 4.
We're headed over to Cornell. We already interviewed. Who haven't we interviewed yet? No interview. Well, you got 5th. Congratulations.
They got 5th in the race.
We're still live. We're here with Cornell. We've got confirming that you were closest to the pin, the favored end of the line. You got 5th place in that race, which gives you a winning combination. Tell us a little bit about when you realized the pin, the finish line was so incredibly skewed. How did your plan change when the line was so skewed? We've got a little raft up here.
We looked. We were trying to figure out what play we're in. We're like, oh, we're going to play 1. And then I looked over my shoulder, and and we were, because the pin was so low. Yeah, that's all. I don't know.
Yeah, it was a race to the pin. And then anyone who shifted to your right side, you looked over your shoulder, but then you kept looking over your shoulder, and then we had some Dartmouth threats as far right as possible. When you're feeling stressed, what's the first thing you say to your skipper?
Look how fast we are.
Oh, excellent. Honest. Look how fast we are. That's great. Positive information. Well, congratulations. That was a really scrappy race. We'll watch the next ones. Well done. Thank you. Back to you.
Thanks, Janel. Checking in with the next race, which happens to be the first race of the Final 4. Yale, in boats 1, 2, and 3, seem very comfortably ahead of Harvard and look to take their first race in the Final 4.
If I'm Yale, happy we're sailing.
Yep. You can see in the background the breeze is getting a little glassy again.
Pulses in and it pulses out. You can see another puff kind of coming out of the river to the left.
There is another puff coming.
It is inconsistent at best, but if I'm Yale head coach Zach Leonard, I'm walking around the ICSA office making sure we wait every single second before calling this thing off. As much as the conditions aren't ideal, they're the same for everybody, that's for sure.
You know, only 6 races need to happen to complete the round of 4. This being the first one. So not a lot needs to happen as far as breeze coming in. If we get a little bit of breeze and get in a rhythm, we can certainly complete this thing.
Oh, definitely, for sure. I'd say, to use Deflategate terminology, it's more likely than not we get the whole thing in, but the weather's got to play ball.
And we're looking at Yale in first and second. I mean, barely a Harvard boat in the screen.
Boat 2 crossing the line now, confirming the play 1 for Yale. Boats will come in to rotate, and off we go again.
So Yale picks up the first win of the round of 4. Cornell is sailing back to the dock, where I think they'll actually stay in boats 10, 11, 12. Stanford will jump into 4, 5, and 6 for the second race of the round of 4.
So just fill with some recaps here. We're going to put the final 4 teams on screen and talk about the points that
So let's review how we got here. We are at the Edgewood Yacht Club in Cranston, Rhode Island, hosted by Brown University for the 2025 ICSA College Sailing Women's Team Racing Championship. This is a 2-day regatta. 12 of the best teams in college sailing descended on this on the Edgewood Yacht Club for this championship. Came yesterday. Yesterday was a very breezy day. Started out moderate and just built and built and built so that they decided to call racing. In the round of 12, after the round of 12, we winnowed down the competition to 6 teams, and we just finished the round of 6 with our sail-off that established our top 4. So heading into the sail-off, Stanford was in first place. Heading into the round of 4, Stanford in first place with a 15-1 record. Yale in second place with a 14-2 record. Harvard in third with a 9-7 record, and Cornell in fourth with an 8-8 record. We've now narrowed our teams down to 4: Stanford, Yale, Harvard, Cornell. We've seen the first race of the Final 4, Yale beating Harvard, so they're going to gather their 15th win. And next up is going to be Stanford and Cornell. Let's head down to Janel on the water, who's with one of the Yale boats, and check in with her. Janel?
I'm here with Yale, just coming off a win against Harvard. Extremely light conditions, maybe a little bit different than what you're used to practicing in Connecticut. Can you tell us what you focus on when the conditions are this light, this flat, this unstable?
I think it's really important for both of us. We just keep our focus on boat speed and our boat handling, keeping it as smooth as possible throughout the race course.
And I know we have a lot of nervous skippers out today. Do you have any tricks as a crew with a nervous skipper? Is there anything you say? Is there anything you do? What are the nice things you say?
Oh, well, I don't have a nervous skipper. She's really amazing and doesn't get nervous because she knows how good she is. But, you know, I just tell her to do what she knows how to do. We have been practicing a lot, and we're just doing what we've been practicing.
We've been sailing together for like 3 years, so
Yeah.
I think it's very comfortable sailing with each other.
Amazing. And it totally shows. Good luck with the rest of the racing.
Thank you.
And Nickel. Thanks, Janelle. Good to hear from the Yale team. As Harvard and Yale sail back to the dock, Stanford and Cornell are going to be sailing out to the starting line to hopefully start their next race.
Pretty soft again here, but pulsing in from the left. I think that puff we saw coming out the river is making its way down to the course.
So as long as the final race has been started, sequence has been started by 5 o'clock, this round will count.
I remember watching NFL Primetime with Chris Berman, who was actually a Brown alumni, who would do the tick, 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 tick when the clock was winding down. And I think that's what Yale's feeling right now. We got 50 minutes to start the final race.
50 minutes for 5 races.
10-minute races. Right on the edge.
I think we're certainly going to be pushing the envelope a little bit here.
I think the race committee's been targeting 10-minute races pretty much, 10 to 12.
Mm-hmm. Now you can be sailing 2 races at a time.
Certainly can. And you got some extra time for rotating and whatnot. Can they get the sailors on the water to rotate?
You know, I actually asked the ICSA rep and college sailing president, Greg Wilkinson, if they would ever have all of the sailors just stay in one-color boats. And then, you know, there are only 4 teams and 4 color boats out there. Just have them stay in the boats and not come to shore, save that time. And he said that they were considering that. I think that there's a stipulation that they might need to get the coaches on the water so that they can communicate and coach with their sailors between races. But I don't think that's impossible to do, and maybe something that they should consider if we're really up against it.
So we should have, in theory, Stanford in 4, 5, 6, and Cornell
in 10, 11, 12.
10, 11, 12.
Which looks like they're still on the dock.
We got half of our next race on the course ready to go.
Let's take a short break. It looks like the course is being reset. Teams are coming out to the course. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with more racing from the 2025 ICSA College Sailing Women's Team Racing Championship.
Gear up with Zim and West Coast Sailing.
Good time to go to a break because
By fast shipping and outstanding service. As proud partners of college sailing, Zim and West Coast Sailing offer 15% discounts to student athletes on all apparel and soft goods. Get all the top brands including Gill, Rooster, Zyke, Ronstadt, and more. Go to zimsailing.com/college sailing or westcoastsailing.net/scholastic-sailing for details and to apply for your student athlete discount code today.
If you speak the language of bosons and quarks, of nanoengineering, Wordsworth, or hip-hop, then look no further than Brown University. If you want to work side by side with extraordinary faculty, to choose from 78 academic majors across the spectrum, or to follow a major of your own design, then expect some of the brightest young minds from around the world to surround and engage you at Brown University. Take it from me. I'm John Krasinski, class of 2001.
Sailing is an exhilarating experience that connects us to nature, fosters a spirit of adventure and competition, and creates lasting friendships. At US Sailing, we are committed to making this sport accessible, fair, and enjoyable for everyone. Our efforts support training courses for sailing and powerboating instructors, setting standards for on-the-water education, and managing the rating system that ensures fair competition amongst boats of different sizes. In addition to these programs, we strive to promote diversity and accessibility in sailing by providing resources, publications, and programs that assist sailors of all ages and skill levels. We are more than just sailors. We are coaches, race officials, volunteers, community program directors, and parents of sailors, all united in our passion for this sport. Whether you're a recreational sailor or a competitive racer, U.S. Sailing is here to make the most of your time on the water.
We're just getting back to stage 3, the final 4 of the Women's Team Racing Nationals. The course has completely been reset. The breeze has filled in. Coaches are on the water. We have less than an hour to finish 5 races and to crown our champion. Back up to you.
Well, we were just talking about that, getting the coaches on the water. Sounds like they've taken that step, and everybody recognizes the sense of urgency with 5 races to go and about 45 minutes at this stage to get them all in.
Yeah, I think that's a smart play. Keep all the sailors in the boats and minimize rotations, have the coaches on the water to coach on the sail back down to the starting line, and hopefully we can squeeze this thing in. It's going to be really close.
Bet Zach Leonard wants 2-minute starts. I won't let it go. We'd be done. We'd be done with the regatta right now.
It's 4:15 out here in the East Coast. 5 o'clock cutoff. We are trying to get these last few races of the final 4 in. This is race number 84 of 88. Stanford in 4-5-6, sailing against Cornell in 10-11-12. This is an important race for both teams. Cornell trying to see if they can move up a little bit. They're going to need to take a race win off of Cornell or Yale to give themselves a chance to pass Harvard. Stanford trying to keep pace and stay 1 race ahead of Yale.
Let the record show that Stanford's only loss is to Cornell, is it not?
I believe you are right, young Charlie.
I'm only a week younger than you, Clay.
Still young. But yes, Cornell has been incredibly fast all day long, and I feel like if they get away, I mean, Stanford's been fast too, who are we kidding? But I feel like if Cornell can get away and be in the mix, they can definitely take a race off of any of these teams.
No problem.
And yes, you're right. In the first round, Cornell, I mean, the whole regatta, really, Cornell has been the only team to beat Stanford. So if it's going to happen, it might be here.
As Captain Ron says, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen out there.
True. Coming down to the start, you can see the breeze is pulsed back in. It really is pulsing in and pulsing out. The PRO Richard Feeney is doing a great job of timing it so that the races are happening during the best breeze. And we have 10 seconds left to the start of this race. Big left shift at that start. Lets a few boats tack onto port right afterwards. Oh, I hear boat 10 being whistled for a foul. Not what you want to see if you're Cornell.
Good news is, for teammates, pretty good start there. I like 6 engaging early. Look at that. I love it. 6 was a little bit more passive there, and it could have been 11 and 12 off to the races. Now, Stanford's already in a play 2. Six is my leader in the clubhouse for MVP.
Right off the gate, you're already declaring your favorite?
Calling it.
All right. So Stanford 4-5-6, Cornell, 10, 11, 12. Looks like both sixes coming across in first place. 11 and 5 each ducking. Cornell has a deep 6 at the moment.
6 again.
Getting involved.
And a match. Nice job by 6.
Yeah. They let their teammate 4 get ahead.
Great boat handling.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with the continual progression of the boat handling in college sailing. Here comes boat 5. Seems like they're reaching down a little bit, maybe putting boat 11 in a pinning position where they can't tack, should 6 decide to come back. You can see the marks entering our screen from the left side as we work our way up the first beat. Stanford looking pretty strong at the moment. I think if I'm 6, I'm looking for an opportunity to tack, maybe cross boat 12, get over to the marks. My teammate 5 is pinning boat 11. If Stanford plays this correctly, they could be 1, 2, 3 at this first mark.
Five really has to clamp on 11.
And you can see them doing that. Shooting up, over trimming their main, luffing their jib, really clamping.
Especially with the current, what they're doing right now might be the best play. So with the tide, they already know they're over ley line.
Mm-hmm.
Choosing not to go with there. But all of these boats might lay the mark, including boat 4.
I think 6 is going to lay. I think 4 is going to rip 2 roll tacks and take advantage of that to get around the mark. Oh, big shoot.
What'd you say before? Was it Nostradamus?
Yes, that's what I called you.
Just checking.
That was a good shoot by all means, but, you know, rip 2 roll tacks, use the gain a little bit out of it. But at any rate, Stanford is around with a 1, 2, 3. Sailing to mark number 2.
Trying to show the world that Cornell is not their kryptonite. We're very, very lucky to be where we are here as I look south on Narragansett Bay. There is not a breath of air from Riverside to Newport. The only breeze on the bay is draining out of the Providence River right now, and we're lucky to have it, believe it or not. I know the conditions look pretty rough out there, but I can say they're much better than a half mile in either direction.
Stanford's rounding in a 1, 2. I see a
green flag.
Green flag hail. Now this is a tricky leg. The current's going up. Breeze is pretty light. I think if you're Stanford and you can let your teammates in first and second get a little bit of a head start, it's going to make life a lot easier for you.
There's a little bit of a accordion effect in the current here. Once the lead boats get to Mark 3, and then even more so Mark 4, they'll be getting swept up with the tide and get a little bit of a jump on anybody that's chasing them.
I mean, there'll still be some action on the last beat, but in many ways, it's a race to the bottom. Because
yes.
you know, it's a short course and the tide's bringing you up, and there's not a lot of time on that last beat to make anything happen.
It's not just getting to the finish either. It's getting to the ley line to the finish.
Right.
So it's really like half the beat where you've got the ability to do something.
Stanford's doing a great job of maintaining their 1-2-3 advantage in this race. Stanford trying to keep pace, stay a race ahead of Yale.
11 trying to sneak inside 5, and I think they've done it. Nope. Nope.
Nostradamus is what I called you earlier.
Yeah. Shelf life on that. It's interesting in that situation. It might have behooved boat 11 to not come out at their exit angle, but square their boat dead downwind and flatten toward the mark. Because it looked like as soon as they took their transom, they were going to have the overlap there, but yeah. Add to it the current. You can see the current right there on boat 11.
I mean, look at how slow it is for 10 to get around the mark as the current's pushing them up.
Yeah, there's a couple maneuvers here and there, but 4 and 6 should just launch from here.
Right.
You can see this leg here getting artificially deep for the boats that are getting sucked high on this small little offset leg.
As we discussed, a few boat length lead has turned into a third of a leg lead. As these boats are rounding the leeward mark, Stanford's third place boat is doing a great job of slowing the opposition while maintaining third place and just preventing any sort of a Cornell comeback.
Boat 4 probably in the most tide on the race course right now. Deepest water in the shipping channel there to the east.
Clay, I'm just discussing behind the scenes here. If Cornell wins, do you think that they clinched the national championship? But you're not going to interview them, and that's going to be important. And Clay, you can speak to me. Okay, he says no. All right, thank you. You're back live.
So Stanford gets the job done, finishing with a 1-2.
Probably 3.
Probably 3. But at any race, they keep pace with Yale. They remain 1 race ahead. There are 2 races left, so in theory, they could lose their next race to Harvard, and they could lose to Yale, and Yale still has a chance, but Yale is definitely running out of opportunities. One, 2, 4 for Stanford across the line.
So there's 2 races left for Stanford. If they lose both of them.
And Yale wins both of them. Now, obviously, for Stanford to lose one of them, Yale would have to win that race against them. But if Yale beats Cornell, and Stanford happens to lose to Harvard, the two teams, Yale and Stanford, will be tied going into the last race with a winner take all. If Stanford beats Harvard, they've won the national championship.
So I think it is interesting to point out the Final Four in the open team race was Harvard, Yale, Roger Williams, and Stanford. And here at the women's team race, it's in no particular order: Harvard, Yale, Cornell, and Stanford.
Yeah.
So we have 3 overlapping teams in the team racing Final Four.
Not surprising. Let's yeah, not surprising. Let's check in with Janel, who's on the water, and see what she has to say, talking to some of the boats.
I'm here with Stanford after a definitive win against Cornell. Extremely light conditions, and we've got tide pulling up the course, making the downwinds really challenging with light air. What was the key to your success in that 1-2-3?
Yeah, I think that for our team, we've been working a lot on our teamwork, communication, having our heads outside of the boat, and Alice was being really great, calling the pressure, able to keep it pretty clean.
Excellent. And I know crewing in a 420, it's so important to have perfect body weight, really aggressive body weight side to side. What's it like spinning forward and back every time you do a maneuver? You spinning circles?
Not spinning around too much, but we practice boat handling in a lot of different conditions, and so it's nice to be able to put that to work in this lighter stuff.
Excellent. It's wonderful watching you all. Best of luck in the next races. Go ahead and talk to Coach. I'm sure he's got some great advice. Back to you.
That was Stanford's Sophie Fisher and Alice Schmid, integral part of the Stanford team racing team. So we have 4 races to go. It's 4:30 p.m. in order to complete this round of 4. The next race is Cornell versus Yale. For Yale, a must-win if you want any chance of winning this regatta. For our viewers, we're in the Final Four. Stanford is in first place with a 15-1 record. Yale in second, 14-2. Harvard third, 9-7. Cornell fourth, 8-8. As we work towards a national champion. Just a half an hour before our cutoff, it's going to be very close to see whether we can get these races in. Breeze has been pulsing in and out a little bit, and PRO Richard Feeney has done a nice job of starting the races appropriately during the best breeze and maybe pausing a little bit and waiting for the breeze to come back in during the light spots. I think we're going to go back down to Janel on the water, who's with Chief Umpire John Pratt, and get a take from him on his view of the racing.
I'm out here with John Pratt, our chief umpire, volunteering his time with the rest of the umpire team, an incredible group of about 20 umpires from around New England and the Eastern Seaboard. Can you talk a little bit about what umpires are looking for in these light wind conditions with these aggressive team racers?
You're just looking for breaches of Rule 42. You're looking, you watch how they boat handle. You're basically looking for a fleet standard. If everyone's doing one thing and someone's doing twice as much, just thinking for Rule 42. We've seen very little of that, though, which is very nice. In the co-eds, we saw a lot of that, but women don't tend to be as aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a pretty aggressive Mark III, a lot of continuous jibing on the downwind, which is like the little red flag for me. I wonder if the umpires are going to get in close, watching those 3 connected jibes. We've been seeing that a lot today. How do you discuss that inside the boat?
So you basically discussed if everyone does 3 connected jibes, it's really hard to penalize all 6 boats. There was a race that we were observing that we saw someone do 6 connected jibes as opposed to them what, mandatory 3, and we got on the radio, discussed that. Yeah, they probably saw the same thing. We won't name names.
We won't name names, but you know who you are. Pushing the limits of boat handlings, but with on-the-water umpire calls, keeping racing clean, and we're going to have our champion soon. Thank you, John. Back to you.
Thanks, Janelle. Always good to hear a perspective from the umpire, Chief Umpire John Pratt. Thank you for donating your time, and all the umpires for making this action happen. We could not do it without you. We have boats hanging out at the starting line. Looking behind me, the breeze looks pretty light. Pulsing in and out again. And I think they're taking a brief moment to see if it'll come back in.
Depending upon what happens in this next flight, the regatta could be over anyway. So no pressure to do the last one. It would revert back to the original standings if they don't complete it. But the original standings would then be in line with what's been sailed thus far.
Right.
So
it's my understanding that if this round of 4 isn't completed, they would just go back to the round of 6 results, or where the results were after the round of 6, in which case Stanford would win. Needless to say, if Stanford does win this race, they will have won it anyway. We're taking a nice view of the starting line. Boats kind of just bobbing around, waiting for just a little bit of breeze to come in and give them enough to start a race in. The college sailing standard is an even 4 knots around the course, which right now we do not have.
I don't know if the drone can pan to the right or look south, but there is no wind down the bay, that's for sure.
Yeah, there they are panning right. Now pan up a little bit maybe. Nice. There is our glass that we've been staring at in the distance. So as Charlie said, this is kind of the best and only breeze in the area. We're lucky to be in it. At least it's given us an opportunity to try.
You can see beyond Riverside Point there, kind of in and around Comimicut Light. Not much to speak of. Just a little harbor hurricane up here off the Edgewood Yacht Club at the mouth of the Providence River.
But we're going to keep trying. We have 25 more minutes until the deadline, and all the teams are on the water. No more rotations need to happen. As we await race number 85 of 88, Cornell and Yale will be up first.
Janel's wrapping up with the race committee boat there.
Let's
Something from Richard Feeney.
Let's throw it down to Janel, who's is that boat rafted up with the race committee. You can see in the center of our screen. And let's hear from her and Richard Feeney, PRO, about what they're thinking on the race committee boat.
We're here with Principal Race Officer Rich Feeney for a statement about how much we have left time-wise to get our last 4 races. Tell us about what we're seeing on the course and if we're worried about any time.
Well, barely enough wind. We've got an anemometer here. We're supposed to have over 3 knots across the whole race course, ideally 4, and it's touch and go right now. It's touch and go. It's tight, but we're going to try for Yale Cornell right now and see if we can get that one in one at a time. We keep running them.
Great. You've been running great races. I know we have limited time for these last 4, so we're going to let you be. Make sure the course is square. Thank you so much.
Copy. Thank you, Mark.
Back up to you.
Richard Feeney's an awesome dude.
Yes.
And so great to be running these races. We're lucky to have him, and he's done a fantastic job, not only for the women's team race, but for the open team race that happened just the previous 3 days. Pretty fortunate to have him there. So
yeah, Richard's a great guy. It's hard to find someone who loves sailing as much as he does.
Yeah. Brown alum.
Brown alum, Bristol resident, good friend, and really lucky that we got people like that in the sport.
I think at this point we're going to take a quick break. We will be here. We will be watching the wind. If anything is happening, we'll be right back. But for now, a quick break and stay tuned.
Gear up with Zim and West Coast Sailing. We have the gear you need at a great price, backed by fast shipping and outstanding service. As proud partners of college sailing, Zim and West Coast Sailing offer 15% discounts to student athletes on all apparel and soft goods. Get all the top brands including Gill, Rooster, Zyke, Ronstadt, and more. Go to zimsailing.com/college sailing or westcoastsailing.net/scholastic-sailing for details and to apply for your student athlete discount code today.
If you speak the language of bosons and quarks, of nanoengineering, Wordsworth, or hip-hop, then look no further than Brown University. If you want to work side by side with extraordinary faculty, to choose from 78 academic majors across the spectrum, or to follow a major of your own design, then expect some of the brightest young minds from around the world to surround and engage you at Brown University. Take it from me. I'm John Krasinski, class of 2001.
Sailing is an exhilarating experience that connects us to nature, fosters a spirit of adventure and competition, and creates lasting friendships. At US Sailing, we are committed to making this sport accessible, fair, and enjoyable for everyone. Our efforts support training courses for sailing and powerboating instructors, setting standards for on-the-water education, and managing the rating system that ensures fair competition amongst boats of different sizes. In addition to these programs, we strive to promote diversity and accessibility in sailing by providing resources, publications, and programs that assist sailors of all ages and skill levels. We are more than just sailors. We are coaches, race officials, volunteers, community program directors, and parents of sailors, all united in our passion for this sport. Whether you're a recreational sailor or a competitive racer, US Sailing is here to make the most of your time on the water.
Okay, go ahead.
So we're back here. My name's Clay Johnson. I'm in the booth here with Charlie Enright. Janel Martin, the third part of our team here, has been on the water. And we are at, it's 4:41 in the east. There's a 5 o'clock cutoff time. The boats are eagerly waiting some more racing by the committee boat. They have 4 more races to do. It's getting to the point where it's mathematically not possible to get 4 more races in. I was just eavesdropping on ICSA rep Greg Wilkinson talking to PRO Richard Feeney, trying to decide at what point they think it's no longer possible, and it sounds like we're going to wait a few more minutes and then make a call. And we are going to hang out until then. We'll leave the live screen up so you can see what we're seeing. Put some good music on, Chris Love's playlist, and we will be back to you with an update when we know something that's happening. We are back, and a decision has been made. The breeze is too light to continue. There's not enough time. And the Stanford Cardinal are your 2025 ICSA College Women's Sailing Team Racing National Champion. Couldn't get enough racing done. Stanford team has sailed phenomenally over the course of this weekend. You can see them celebrate, jumping in boat 6.
Speaking of 6, we got 6 ladies in one boat. And we got 2 boats ghost riding away.
Good for them. Really proud. You know, they've won this regatta 2 out of the 3 years of its existence.
That's great. Good for them. Now we got 3 unwoman's boats. Good thing there's no wind.
Good thing there's no wind.
Not going anywhere very quick, that's for sure. Hats off to these ladies. Doesn't matter what round of sailing. They did an amazing job. Round of 12, round of 6. Even in the partial bit of the Final Four that we got under our belts. I mean, what a great job by them.
I mean, Stanford had 1 loss the entire regatta. What an impressive, dominant performance. Congratulations to them. Very deserving. You know, Yale's going to finish in 2nd. Yale had 2 losses in this event, both to Stanford, but another really deserving team right in it. These 2 teams were superior to everybody else all weekend long. Harvard's going to finish in 3rd place overall, and Cornell is going to be 4th place at this regatta.
Great to see Cornell, you know, a team that's been picking up steam over the last few years, qualify for the Final Four in women's team racing. Also a bit of a nascent event, and just hats off to them. And be interesting to see where the Fowl Trophy standings are after the entirety of the fall, and then these team race events thus far.
And to your point, we have 3 of the 4 teams were in both open and women's team racing national championships. So rich get richer. But congrats to Stanford. I know they have a powerhouse coaching staff led by Chris Clevin, Sean Harvey, Augie Dale, Lachlan McGranahan, the past College Sailor of the Year, is doing a graduate program out there. He's been helping with them. I know this. Lachlan said he's been sailing at most of the practices, and either Sean or Augie will jump in and sail too. So when you have talent like that jumping in and sailing against you, coaching you, it's no surprise that you're going to be successful.
Pretty impressive performance.
Really well done.
So we got 4 ladies in 1 boat.
Wonder where that 3rd boat is.
Boat 4. Seems to be missing boat 4.
Janel is sailing in boat 4.
Okay, we're told that our very own Janel has jumped into boat 4. Look at her go. She's going to sail this boat in to allow the Stanford team to celebrate together. You can see them celebrating on the dock down there.
Janel.
I think the water temperature's around 54 degrees.
It's never too cold to jump in the water to celebrate a national championship.
Agree. I'd call that a bit more of a cold plunge than I would celebration swim.
I'm going to pull in, let you off, and
just the way the East Coast currents work. All the water comes from the warm part of the world. Maybe they're used to the West Coast where all the water comes the other way from the cold part of the world. Good for them. What a feeling.
And here's Janel docking boat 4. I can see her looking for the mic. Hopefully she's able to get some comments from our national champion, Stanford Cardinal. Great view of our.
We gotta wait for
Edgewood
Lexi to
Yacht
get
Club.
out of there. Janel, I don't know if you can hear us, but any chance to grab that's important.
grab some response from the Stanford team?
Go find a mission time. We'll follow the team, Quentin. We'll follow the team.
I think I heard them talking about needing to make a flight, and you can see them running down the dock. Well, it's been an honor here to do this commentary. Chris Love Productions has done a fantastic job. It's been great to have Charlie and Janelle alongside here to commentate. It's been fun to see the action up close. I enjoy watching the sailing at a high level, so I've certainly had a great time. But thank you to everyone involved. Brown University did a fantastic job hosting 2 national championships in 5 days. PRO Richard Feeney, John Pratt and his entire Umpire team. None of this can happen without them, and we're pretty lucky. So congratulations once again to Stanford, 2nd place Yale, 3rd place Harvard. Cornell finishes in 4th place. You can see these teams heading in.
We've got the final Stanford sailor here, head coach Chris Clevin, about to go in the water.
Chris Clevin here. Throw that guy in the water.
Gotta wait for Augie. He's preparing as well.
I know.
I know the awards are set up and downstairs. I think as soon as everyone dries off and de-rig the boats, we will be going with those. So please stay tuned. Watch some more celebration from the Stanford team. Watch the awards. See all these happy sailors. But from the booth,
All right, line it up, Stanford.
This is Clay Johnson, Charlie Enright, saying goodbye for Janelle Martin. Thank you so much for having us, and congratulations once again.
Take care.
All in time for the flight home.
Oh, God.
Oh.
Right here. We can find it. These are my best friends. How do you? Great job, coach. You did great.
Wait, it's so shallow, so beautiful.
Just get out and let everything settle. Great job. Great job. Doing well.
Can we do a coach's breakdown and we can do a little film, a little circle, a little...
Sure. Let's get Sean, too. Sean! We won dry coach. They're doing an interview. You gotta come. So proud.
No, no.
Sean's right there.
Yeah,
Sean's getting in. I hope he left his phone.
Oh, we have taken his sunglasses.
Wait, throw Sean on this.
Remember, make him feel safe and then attack.
Yeah. Guys, we're making you feel safe.
And we're just, come on, coach, we need final words.
Augie, make sure he doesn't have goggles.
Wrap a bow on it.
You just gotta really let it. We'll go change.
All right, Chris, we got coaches down here.
There you go.
Yeah. There you go. Good job, Piper.
In you go.
Alrighty. Chris,
Wait, no,
Chris,
she has a phone apparently.
She'll
Let's
take
take
the
the
phone
phone
out.
out.
Come on.
Damn.
We got some shoes coming off for our final coaching of the regatta. Wonder what he's preparing for, I can't imagine. We got glasses off, hat off. All right, final words, coach.
Go Stanford!
And we got the last coach in. We tempted him over. And a huge congratulations to Stanford University. What an incredible performance and a well-deserved win at the 2025 Women's Team Racing Nationals. Back to you.
Everybody, we're going to get started over here. Welcome, my name's Greg Wilkinson. I'm the president of College Sailing, and it's been an amazing couple of days of extremely high-level team racing, and it's been awesome to return to the birthplace of women's team racing, where we held our inaugural women's team race national championship 4 years ago? 2022. So this is the fourth running of the event. And congrats to all the competitors, from the spectators to the umpire crews, all the coaches. Everyone was extremely impressed with the level of team racing, and we're excited about what college sailing has going on around the country in women's team racing. So congrats to all of you. None of these events could be possible without our sponsors, so please join me in thanking Zim and Starting Line Sailing, Dermatone, Marlowe Ropes, and Quantum Quantum Sales, who sponsors the Women's College Sailor of the Year Award, which will be presented in about a month down in Maryland. Thanks so much to all our sponsors. And the amount of work that it takes to pull this off, especially on the heels of another championship just the day before this started, is astronomical. And so we all owe a deep debt of gratitude to John Mollicone, the head coach at Brown, and all of Brown University, the Brown sailing team. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Greg. I have a few thank yous as well. I want to congratulate all the teams on awesome team racing. Congrats to Stanford on amazing performance. Thank you, Greg, for all the help as the president of ICSA and the ICSA rep for this event. He's a total pain in the butt, but he's awesome, and I think we did a good job getting through some pretty tough conditions the last 2 days. Biggest thanks I want to give is to my team and my assistant coach, Cam Giblin. They've done a tremendous amount of work trying to make this event, both events, really spectacular for everybody. It's been a lot of work. And this isn't a venue where we have a lot of power boats already here and stuff. There's been a lot of stuff coming in and has to go out and everything. And then we're trying to have our team sail in both events too. So it's a lot, and I want to thank them for everything that they've done. So thank you, Brown. I want to thank the Edgewood Yacht Club, Commodore Jackie Cambio, and for them opening their doors to this event and just welcoming everybody. When we told them we were interested in hosting, they never even a question of like, well, let's see and get back to you or anything like that. They just wanted to be a part of it, open their doors to all the parents and spectators and teams. And so I hope everybody enjoyed being up on the second floor, and it was an awesome vibe and environment when I went up there a bunch of times. So thanks to the Edgewood Yacht Club for everything too. Okay. Want to thank our awesome umpire group led by John Pratt. We had well over 20 umpires over the course of the 5 days, cycling in and out. Some were here all 5. But John Pratt, thanks so much for leading the group, and I want to thank all the umpires. And a few other quick thank yous. I want to thank Team 1 Newport, who is our apparel sponsor. Hopefully everybody got some Nationals gear. You can still always get it online from them. And Martha Parker for coming and supporting this event with gear. I want to thank Rob Migliaccio, Lexi Pline, Chris Love Productions, all the media, social media, Brown photographers, everybody on the water helping cover this event and do an amazing job. It's really cool at the end of these long days to go home and look online and see everything. So thank you guys, okay? And I think that's all that I have. I'll let Greg start by giving the awards out, and I hope you do that. All right.
Yeah. Okay. So starting off in third place, Harvard University.
How do you give out the napkin?
Congrats.
Thank you so much.
Well
Good job,
done.
Harvard.
It was fun.
There's one more. There you go. I'll step out of your way. These are mics. So they can.
All right. Great job, Harvard. And in second place, we have Yale University. Congratulations.
Congrats, guys. Nicely done. Nice job. Here's a bunch of trophies.
All right, congratulations, Yale. All right, and your 2025 Women's Team Race National Champion, Stanford University. Congrats. Congratulations. Well done. Congrats. Congrats. Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations.
We just wanted to say thank you for Brown for hosting and all the umpires for putting on this regatta and all the volunteers, and thank you to our competitors, of course, for making this regatta such good vibes. And of course our coaches, Sean, Augie, Chris, and Lachlan. We couldn't have done this without you guys.
All right, congratulations, Stanford. Okay, congratulations to all again. I'm pretty sure we'll see all of you in about a month in Maryland. Congrats.
Thank you, Greg.
You're welcome. We got to get this away.
All right, you're all good. Everything out.
Nicely done. Don't forget.
Got it.